A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and welcome to the live broadcast of the annual Jalsa Salana here in Ghana. And we're coming to you live from MTA Ghana studios, but we're also live on our YouTube pages as well as on Gaskia TV and ITV. After 2 years of a hiatus, 2 years of not being able to gather as a community due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Alhamdulillah, today we have gathered here at the Jalsa Ga in Accra to observe our annual Jalsa Salana, albeit in hybrid form. The Accra Ummah have gathered, but we have others joining us virtually from all across the regions. And I know that as I speak, we have representatives in each regional centers coming together as an Ummah, sitting together to observe the Jalsa Salana. So wherever you are watching from, I say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And we here at MTA are, of course, very, very excited. We have been anticipating this moment. This day holds extra significance because it is Khilafat Day. Today we also celebrate that important institution that has been promised for Islam, the institution of Khilafat that has come to restore the true teachings and meaning of Islam, especially in our day and age where there are a lot of misconceptions and misunderstanding about the religion of Islam. Islam is peace, and here in Ahmadiyya we say love for all, hatred for none. So this promises to indeed be a very exciting program. My name is Abdul Mumin Muslim. I'm one of your presenters for today. And in the studio, I have the other presenters who will be joining us to bring you this live broadcast over these 2 days that we are here today. So let me start with my co-presenter, Sadiq Kedichum. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Mumin. And yes. How is it?
Alhamdulillah.
I mean, like you said, it's been almost 2 years, and yes, we've not had this opportunity, but I mean, it's wonderful because when you listen to the words of the promised Messiah that I shall cause thy message to reach every corner of the earth, then we don't have any excuse whatsoever not to have this great day.
Yes, and I also have two important gentlemen as well. Let me start from you, Frooks.
Yes.
Froko, but you can introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Said Fadlullah Froko. Like you rightly mentioned, yes, this is a great day in Islam Ahmadiyya. The Jalsa is one of the important events in Jamaat Ahmadiyya, and for not being able to organize this for about 2 years, you can imagine the kind of emotion and then the kind of feeling that we would have had for these 2 years for not being able to hold this Jalsa. And so today happens to be a great day in our lives that God has given us this important opportunity to organize this Jalsa once more. Yeah,
Mr. Asante.
Wow, thank you very much. Welcome once again to the crew. It is the 89th Jalsa Salana for Ghana, and this is a special one, as Mumin said, Chief Mumin said. It is indeed a Jalsa with the technology. We are using technology as well as physical presence, thanks to the Almighty God, and we have all people around the world watching this through the magic of technology. It is also the Khilafat Day. We entreat you to stay tuned with us till about 2 o'clock, 2:30, when the whole proceedings will come to an end for day one, and we have day two tomorrow as well. Stay with us. Please learn. Take your books, your pens, papers, jotters, write things down, and ponder over all the messages that will be shared to us by our dignitaries and speakers at this Jalsa Salana. I am Ibrahim K. Asante. Thank you.
Ibrahim Asante. In London, he's called Asante. But in Ghana, he's just an ordinary citizen.
If you dare say that, I'll be asked to come and kill some sheep.
Anyway, I like that Ibrahim mentioned that it's Jalsa with technology, and he mentioned technology and Khilafat, in the same breath, in the same sentence. And one who asks, what is even that connection between technology and Khilafat? And we know that one of the prophecies that signify the coming of the promised Messiah is the technologies that we witness in our day and age. The fact that your ear would stretch from one end to another, or you can stretch from one end to another, just meaning that you can communicate with people all around the world. So today, Ibrahim Asante can be all around the world and still keep in touch. I mean, don't we find this as a blessed opportunity for us to rededicate ourselves to the true meaning of Islam?
I truly side with you, and then the point is also that when you also look at some of the prophecies that were said, that you need to, when it comes to education, even you have to travel all the way to China. By then, a lot of us didn't understand what it means. But then today, we can make meaning of what we are witnessing. So these are two synonymous messages that are very prophetic and then very profound as well, that if you are watching us live from the MTA studios here in Ghana, you can't be left out and you cannot join the crusade of Khilafat, because that has come to restore those true virtues that we need to have as a society to move in peace and security.
We want to announce to our viewers that we want you to be a part of this program. And so you can send in your messages on the numbers that are showing on your screen right now. Anything on your mind, any contribution you want to make, please be a part of this live broadcast, because MTA is here for you. So we will be in the studio. Sure. I mean, Sadiq and I, we are not going to see the live. Well, of course, we're going to see it, but our two brothers, Froko and Asante, will be out and about. So what should we expect from the outside broadcast team?
Like I rightly said earlier on, a lot of people have not had opportunity to witness this function for about 2 years. So we shall be finding out from them their feelings and what they will be expecting from this year's Jalsa. Yeah. And I mean, to also find out how many people have come from different regions. Though this is going to be held virtual, and if you are in any part of this country, you can witness it. Yes. But I'm sure some people would have come from their regions to the Jalsa Ghat to witness this Jalsa. So we should be finding out from them all their feelings.
Asante, I saw you, I mean, when you came in, so how's the atmosphere out? How are people beginning to converge? How does it look?
You see, the atmosphere is as if there is a football match and there has not been a goal, and it's the dying minute, the last minute, and there is a goal. It's really charged. Okay. People are so excited to come and link up with their Amir, through him to the Huzur, who will, during the course of the Jalsa, we are told, hopefully will give a live message to us. And people are so energized. Although it rained in Accra yesterday night, and it's been raining, but if you see the sense of urgency, you see the attachment, the love, you could see the expressions on people's faces that, yes, here we come to connect to Khilafat during this 89th Jalsa Salana.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim Asante. So, in fact, today is also Juma Mubarak. So, we're celebrating 3 things today. Today is about Jalsa. Today is about Khilafat Day. But today is also Juma. So, this is triple blessings for everybody. So, Sadiq.
Yeah, so I want to find out from Mr.
I just wanted to, let's link to what next we have on the program.
Okay, so from here, we're going to have some short documentaries on Tilawat, and also have some on the Hadith, and then we'll have the Malfuzat. These are short documentaries that also addresses the issues of Khilafat and then Ahmadiyya across the globe. And so we are going to share that one with our viewers. And so we treat each and everyone to glue to, your television set and of course your phones, because we are also live on the Facebook pages, our YouTube channels, and then also other platforms as well.
Okay.
Yes. What are they? Can you explain it to our wonderful viewers, because some of them may.
So some of these are documentaries, or these are messages that.
So they are messages.
They are messages that we share from the Holy Prophets.
That's for the benefit of our non-Muslim and non-African.
Yes, and you mentioned that Huzur will be appearing live, but he wouldn't for this occasion.
Yes,
of course, we'll still watch Juma as we always do, because today is Friday. So yes, that's just it. So let's go listen to some tilawat, and we'll come back to the studio and continue with the program. Bye.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين.
عن أنس رضي الله عنه قال: قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم: والذي نفسي بيده لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه.
Hazrat Anas, may Allah be pleased with him, narrates that the Holy Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, By God, who holds my life in his hand, none of you can be a truly faithful Muslim unless he likes for his brother what he likes for himself.
I conclude with a prayer that everyone who travels for attending this convention that is for the sake of Allah, may Allah the Exalted be with him, reward him in abundant measure, have mercy on him, ease up for him his circumstances of hardship and anxiety, and eliminate his anguish and grief. May Allah grant him freedom from every single hardship, and lay open for him the ways of achieving his cherished goals, and raise him up on the day of judgment among those of his servants who are the recipients of his blessings and mercy. May Allah be their guardian in their absence until after their journey comes to an end. O Allah, O Sublime One and Bestower of bounties, the ever merciful and one who resolves all problems, do grant all these prayers and grant us victory over our opponents with scintillating signs, because you alone have all the prowess and power. Ameen.
Welcome back from the Quranic recitation as well as the messages, that you had. And we're very soon going to link to the Jalsa Ga, but we'll take you briefly through what to expect. We'll take you through what to expect from today's event. So welcome back to the studio. And we're going to really have a very exciting program today. Sadiq, how does our program look?
Yeah, so from here in the studios of Wahab Adam, from the studios of Wahab Adam, we are going to take you through some of the activities that you should be expecting for today's section. And as we did the introduction, we have given you some short message, which is the Tilawat. We are also going to link to the Jalsa Ga. Yes. And then,
so Amir is actually in the grounds. He's
okay.
supposed to do a live flag hoisting. It is customary practice, of every Jalsa for us to hoist the flag of Ghana as well as the flag of Ahmadiyya. So the Amir is going to do that. But throughout this program, and we're going to have in-studio discussions. We're going to go to the Jalsa Ga when there are speeches being done. We're going to have all of that. But we'll also interact with viewers, people who have come, so you can send us your message, but we're also going to interact with people who have come for the Jalsa. That is what our brothers Asante and Fuko are out there for. So it's going to be a really very important and exciting occasion. What else should
on that, you're also going to have the opening address from the Amir and missionary in charge, and then we have some speeches, which is on the Holy Prophet, Sallallahu who is an epitome of peace. And when we talk of peace these days, you're looking at the way the turbulence of the global atmosphere, and so that is very important, and that will actually bring us to the end of the very first section for today.
The first section.
Yes,
we're also going to have Juma here. So, as I announced, there's a triple blessings. It's Jalsa, it's Juma, it's Khilafat Day. So it's really very important. And Sadiq talked about the importance of peace. Our beloved Huzur has been asking us to pray and pray diligently, especially in these times. We see what is happening around the world. We see what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. The late Huzur, Hazrat Tahir, made a lot of prophecies, or will I say predictions or analysis about how the world is going to go. And in his analysis, he actually pointed that, Europe, could face what we're actually seeing now. And he did, if you listen to a lot of his mulaqats that he used to have, he did a lot of very insightful, analysis of global politics. And you can imagine that almost 2 decades, and a half, or, a decade ago, 2 decades ago, he could engage on such important topics. And he warned that the way capitalism is going, the way the world powers are moving, if we are not careful, it may lead to some kind of a calamity. And now Huzur is asking us to actually pray. So peace is an important message that we're going to be hearing in this Jalsa.
Exactly. And then we all know that Islam itself stands for peace. And the current Huzur has also been a very good advocate when it comes to the issues of peace and security. And when you read some of his books on crisis, for instance, The Pathway to Peace, for instance, I mean, these are very pronounced and very profound messages that we need to actually, equip ourselves with in order for us to sustain that kind of peace that we need in this world for development to go on. Because if there's no peace, then of course development cannot take place. And so viewers out there, we once again want to remind you of the fact that this is a very welcoming day, and we are celebrating the Khilafat. We are going to have Juma here. And then after 2 years, we are also having Jalsa Salana.
Of course, it's always a great blessing to do this live from MTA Ghana studios. We have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, MTA studios, in the world, and we are grateful to Huzur for making this happen. And it's imposing on us a great responsibility to ensure that we are doing the work to spread the message of Khilafat. And you know that now Ghana has been put on some kind of alert because of activities in the sub-region. So security at this Jalsa, has been extra heightened. The checks are being done at all corners. We have the Hodam, spread across all the Jalsa ground just to ensure that there is security and safety. And the government has also called on all Ghanaians to be wary, to be observant, and that if there is, any suspicious activity you see anywhere, you should report to the appropriate authorities for them to take action. One of the things that we are happy about is the peace and security of this country, which we hope to maintain, and we also pray for that same peace and security to spread across the sub-region of West Africa. So very soon, we'll be cutting to the live broadcast from the Jalsa Ga, and you get to see what is actually happening. I know that immediately we're waiting for the Amir to do the flag hoisting, ceremony.
Yeah, and of course, we'll also not lose sight that because the COVID-19 protocols have been lifted, but over here we are observing the safety protocols. So we are ensuring, and Humanity First is also linking up with the district health directorate, so that if you have taken your first and second jab, then you can now take the booster. If you have not taken any of the jabs, there's an opportunity for you to also take your jab today. And this is all part of the effort to ensure that there is safety and there's security and there's peace on grounds.
I mean, it should be said that one of the reasons why this Jalsa is actually hybrid is because in a way we are so observing those protocols, and we are not trying to bring everybody from all the country like we do, when we are tens of thousands of people. Exactly. Yes, so we are looking forward, to a very great Jalsa, and we're going very soon to our presenters, out at this Jalsa Ga. So it is the live broadcast of Jalsa Salana Ghana 2020, and we'll be bringing you every bit of this Jalsa from today all through to tomorrow, alhamdulillah. So let's go and see what is happening at the Jalsa Ga. Thank you all for joining us here at the MTA Ghana. And of course, those also watching on ITV and Gasket TV, our partner stations for this Jalsa. Very soon we're going to start, but for now, we want you to watch a bit of documentary. Jalsa is all about education, it's about spiritual renewal, it's about renewing your knowledge in the deen. And so we have a documentary for you to see. Let's watch the documentary, and then we'll continue with our programming.
حضرت محمد مصطفیٰ، حضرت محمد مصطفیٰ، اسلام احمدیت، اسلام احمدیت، خلافت احمدیہ، خلافت احمدیہ.
اس سے آگے چلیں آپ. خطبہ حضرت صاحب اپنے دست مبارک سے خود لکھتے ہیں. خطبے کی تیاری جو ہے وہ کتابوں سے حوالے تک خود نکالتے ہیں. بلکہ بعض اوقات ہم باہر بیٹھے مطلب دکھ سا محسوس کر رہے تھے، حضرت صاحب ہمیں کچھ نہیں کہہ رہے کہ ہم بھی کچھ نکال دیں، ہم بھی کچھ شامل ہو جائیں. تو کئی دفعہ حضرت صاحب سے درخواست کی، حضور ہمیں بھی کوئی شفقت فرمائے، ہمیں بھی کوئی حوالہ دے دیا کرے نکالنے کے لیے، تو ہمیں بھی ثواب مل جائے. لیکن حضور جو حوالہ ہم نکال بھی دیں گے نا، تو جب تک حضرت صاحب اس حوالے کو خود چیک نہ کر لیں، اندر بیٹھے ہوئے اندر کتابیں ساری لائبریری موجود ہے، تو ان کتابوں کو اپنے اس لائبریری سے خود نکال کے جگہ چیک کر کے تلاش کر کے حوالے میں. بعض اوقات میں نے دیکھا کہ ہم لوگوں سے غلطی سے کوئی لفظ غلط لکھا جاتا ہے یا ٹائپ ہو جاتا ہے، چلا جاتا ہے، حضور نے چیک کیا ہوتا ہے، اس کو درست کیا ہوتا ہے. تو حوالے تک خود چیک کرتے ہیں، دیے ہوئے حوالوں کو بھی چیک کرتے ہیں. تو خطبہ سارے کا سارا لکھنا. اور آج کل جلسے کے ہی عام میں جس طرح سب تقریروں کی تیاری اور شروع کرتے ہیں جلسے سے ہفتہ 2-4 دن پہلے یا 10 دن پہلے، وہ یہ بھی ایک کام شروع ہو جاتا ہے حضرت صاحب کا. اور اس پہ جتنا وقت حضور لگا رہے ہوتے ہیں، لوگوں نے تو نے کہا 1 گھنٹے کی تقریر سن لی، 2 گھنٹے کی، 1.5 گھنٹے کی تقریر، لیکن یہ نہیں اندازہ ہوتا اکثر لوگوں کو شاید کہ اس کے لیے حضرت صاحب نے کتنا وقت لگایا ہوگا. اور وہ تقریر تیار ہو کے پھر لوگوں کے سامنے آئی ہے، اور یہ ساری کی ساری ان کی اپنی ذاتی توجہ، محنت اور دعاؤں کے بعد یہ شکل میں ڈھل رہی ہوتی ہے جو وہ بیان فرما رہے ہوتے ہیں.
کہاں سے رہ بٹتے ویرانائے دل کو میرے، میں خانہ بنا دے الوائے تاباں، جو مر نہ سکے مجھ کو وہ پروانہ بنا دے.
إن الخلافة نعمة كالشمس كانت والقمر.
The map of the world has evolved from one big chunk of land to huge continents. But that was for the tectonic plates, moving under natural circumstances. But the division of these continents continued at the hands of mankind. This was mostly not through natural phenomenon, but man's urge of gaining political control and then extending the boundaries of this control. History has witnessed conquests of lands by empires, through military coups, and even through peaceful means of developing nation states. This ever-changing face of the map has always been attributed to attempts of establishing peace. Even when one tyrant ruler replaced another, the motive was always claimed to be the same: peace. But the pages of history tell us a different story. This transformation of the world map, this crumbling of nations, and the emergence of new states has brought about everything else but peace. Peace is one thing that the world has failed to achieve.
Nowadays, when the world again getting divided into blocks, extremism is escalating and the financial and economic situation is worsening. There's an urgent need to end all kinds of hatred and to lay the foundations of peace. This can only be done by respecting all kinds of sentiments of each other. If this is not done properly, honestly, and with virtue, it will escalate into uncontrollable circumstances.
Was it for wrong political decisions? Or down to erroneous geographical demarcations? Or religious conflicts? Whatever the reason, but the underlying factor has always been one: lack of leadership.
Today, we observe that the world has become a global village. Mankind has become very closely knit together. The people of all nations, religions, and cultures are found in all countries. And so this requires that the leaders of every nation should consider and respect the feelings and sentiments of all people. The leaders and their governments should strive to create laws that foster an environment and spirit of truth and justice, rather than making laws that are a means of causing distress and frustration to the people. Injustices and cruelties should be eliminated, and instead, we should strive for true justice.
One may argue that every nation has a leader, and so does almost every religion. Then why is leadership, or absence of leadership, to be blamed? But the fact of the matter is that every nation may have its own leader, and every religion their own. But as the issues spill out of nations and spread to become global, the leadership too would need to be a global one. Such a leadership could only be sent from God, as man-made leaders would not be acceptable to all nations and all sections of the society. This was done by Allah the Almighty, by sending to this world a leader who was to be the Hakam and the Adl, the arbitrator of all nations.
In this age, according to our beliefs, God Almighty sent the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad of Qadian, as the promised Messiah and the Imam Mahdi, in complete submission to the Holy Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The promised Messiah was sent to propagate the real and true teachings of Islam and the Holy Quran. He was sent to establish a bond between man and God Almighty. He was sent to identify and recognize the rights owed by man to one another. He was sent to end all forms of religious warfare. He was sent to establish the respect, dignity, and honor of every founder and every prophet of any religion. He was sent to draw attention towards attaining the highest standards of moral values. And he was sent to establish peace, love, compassion, and brotherhood throughout the world.
Like every human being, the promised Messiah, after establishing a community of Muslims that solely focused on establishing the lost peace of the world, passed away from this world in 1908. But what he left behind was not only this community, but his Khilafat, his successorship, to lead not only the community, but to call the world to its creator, the only way that could bring about peace, from individual level to the society at large.
God willing, the Ahmadiyya Khilafat will always be known as the standard bearer of peace and harmony in the world, as well as be loyal to the country in which members reside. The Ahmadiyya Khilafat is also here to perpetuate and continue the mission of the Messiah and Mahdi, and so there is absolutely no reason to fear the Khilafat. This Khilafat draws the attention of members of the community towards fulfilling these two obligations for which the promised Messiah came, and as a result, try to create peace and harmony in the world.
Today, his fifth successor, Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, may Allah strengthen his hand, is devoted for the service of humanity.
I have delivered the same message, calling for peace and justice. On many occasions in different parts of the world, I do the same. I do not know how much impact my views have had on those who have listened to me. And I am not aware to what extent they are working towards developing peace within their own circles of influence. Nevertheless, I will, God willing, always continue to carry out my task and my responsibilities of promoting peace, tolerance, justice, and compassion to the corners of the world. I will continue to tell all people that in order to be relieved of the pain and suffering that we face today, we must adopt true justice and equality.
His first and foremost mission as successor of the promised Messiah, alayhi salam, is to call the world to the one and only God, Allah. His message is for the whole world, every nation, every religion, and every circle of the society. His Holiness, in light of the Quranic teachings, sees belief in one God and fulfilling the rights of God's creation as the only way forward in the process of establishing of peace.
The founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community said that he had been sent by God Almighty in this era in servitude to the Holy Prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in order to spread the two paramount objectives of Islamic teachings. First, to bring mankind closer to God Almighty. And secondly, to draw the attention of humanity towards fulfilling the rights of one another. It is my belief that these two objectives are the bedrock for the establishment of genuine and long-lasting peace in the world.
But the details of the turbulent and the volatile international scenario are not hidden from his sight. His Holiness has a great insight into the whole array of issues that lay the foundation of the global, multidimensional crises faced by the world. Political leaders who have had the chance of being in audience with His Holiness are always amazed to learn how deeply His Holiness understands diplomatic relations and foreign affairs. And it is not only about understanding, it is the solution to all such problems that he suggests to the world leaders. Taking this message with him, he travels far and wide to the corners of the earth.
Just a few months after last year's Peace Symposium, I traveled to the United States and was invited to address members of Congress at Capitol Hill. Apart from the politicians, a number of important think tanks and academics were also in attendance. In my address to them, I said that as the world's biggest superpower, the United States had to consider its responsibilities to the wider world. I said that if they fail to fulfill their obligations, and if they fail to observe the proper standards of justice, then they would lead the world towards a terrifying destruction. I said that the coming generations would lay the blame at the feet of us, and in particular, the major powers of this time. Our children or grandchildren would not forgive us because they would know that we could have prevented the harrowing legacy that we left behind for them. Similarly, last December, at the European Parliament in Brussels, our good friend who has just spoken as well, Dr. Charles Tannock, MEP, organized an event in which I was able to address members of the European Parliament Also in attendance were MPs from various national parliaments and a range of other dignitaries and influential people. I took the opportunity to remind the European countries of their responsibilities as member nations of the European Union.
Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, the Caliph of the Promised Messiah, has identified that all major political problems stem from economic lust. Bigger nations trying to sabotage economies of smaller nations. He strongly believes that economic lust is one of the major factors behind almost all major wars of this day and age.
The world's economic crisis has contributed hugely to global unrest and increased frustrations amongst the masses. Another major cause of division is internal power struggles within countries. And then, in many nations, the rights due to members of the public are being unjustly usurped. Another factor is that some parties seek to demonstrate their power and might by treating others extremely cruelly. Further, a root cause of division is a lack of justice in the world. This is leading directly to a complete lack of mutual confidence and trust. Another cause of unrest is the fact that people or governments look at the wealth and resources of others with a sense of envy and greed. In fact, they do not limit themselves to the envious glances, but actually seek to seize what is not rightfully theirs.
Where armies are trained to fight, His Holiness Mirza Masroor Ahmad has a message of peace for them too. The strong Islamic belief that a war does not mean a license to kill is a message that His Holiness conveys when addressing defense strategists.
During the Second World War, around 70 million people were killed, and it's said that 40 million of those who died were civilians. Thus, more civilians sacrificed their lives than military personnel. Further, the aftermath of the war was truly terrifying, whereby the post-war related deaths ran into millions. For many years after the nuclear bombs were used, radiation continued to have a terrible degenerative effect on newborn children.
To summarize, the message Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, may Allah be his helper, is very simple and straightforward. Belief in the Creator and following His commandments. This powerful yet peaceful message is catching the attention of world leaders, from Tokyo on the far east end to Vancouver on the far west.
His message of peace, of reconciliation, of love, of commitment to community, of respect for the elderly, care for the young, is an incredibly powerful message at all times, but I think is particularly resonant at a time when there are heightened fears in some communities that communities will be set one against each other. And so I'm hugely privileged to be able to welcome him here to the Palace of Westminster and strongly support and join in with him in seeking to promote a message of peace.
Again, it is an honor to welcome you, Your Holiness, and I want to say it's an honor because you are a man, though of humble beginnings, your leadership has made you a figure of global prominence. You started as a teacher, and you have become a guide for millions of Muslims worldwide. You have been persecuted for your beliefs, jailed for your faith, and exiled from your homeland, but you refuse to turn to bitterness or vengeance, and that is a very important lesson.
I have met His Holiness myself. and I respect his strong commitment to promoting peace and understanding. At a time when extremists are seeking to divide us, His Holiness has delivered an inspiring and peaceful message of love, overcoming hatred.
So again, what a pleasure it is to welcome you, Your Holiness, to Ottawa, an opportunity to discuss the many challenges facing the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, but also the opportunities that we have to work together on shared goals and challenges.
كالشمس كانت والقمر
Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir. Allahu Akbar. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir. Allahu Akbar.
Welcome once again to the Jalsa Salana grounds. This is the 89th annual convention, national convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana. And as you can see, the theme is Khilafat Ahmadiyya, a tool for authentic Islamic revival. We are at Bustani Ahmed, and it is a two-day program, today 27th and tomorrow 28th of May 2022. And with us here is a qualified missionary of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Sir, can you introduce yourself? Your name, please.
My name is Abbas bin Suleiman, the Temazonal missionary.
Morocco, do you have any question for him?
Well, I have one or two questions. It's been 2 years we've not been able to organize this Jalsa. Today, by the grace of God, we are organizing the Jalsa. What can you tell the world, your feelings, as we are in the process of organizing this Jalsa?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My feelings cannot be explained in words. He said for 2 years the Jalsa has not been able to organize. But for me, it's been 20 years that I have not seen such an organization. So I cannot explain the feeling. You have to be here for you to be able to experience it and explain it yourself.
Wonderful. So today is a great day for you, I'm sure.
Very great day for me.
And
I cannot explain it.
Interestingly, you said 20 years. 20 years, were you on a different planet?
In 20 years, I was in Swaziland as a missionary.
Okay.
That is why I said in 20 years, I have not experienced such a gathering.
The Ghana gathering.
The Ghana gathering especially.
Today also happens to be Khilafat Day, and I know you are one of the principal agents of the Khalifa in terms of the mission that you carry along the world and preaching to people to accept Islam Ahmadiyya. Today being Khilafat Day, how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel very happy that our Jalsa is being organized on a very important date of the Jamaat. So it's a great feeling, and I hope everybody will enjoy the Jalsa.
Jazakallah.
It's a great feeling. He hopes everybody will enjoy. Thank you so much, sir. And we also have another interesting personality here with us. He is a member of the AMLA, and that is the highest committee within the community. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Okay, so my name is Alhaji Ismail Adam. At the AMLA level, I'm the additional National Financial Secretary. And at the planning of the JASA, I'm the General Secretary, I'm the, the General Affairs Secretary of the National Jalsa Planning Committee.
Okay. Wonderful. So this year's Jalsa, can you briefly tell us, was it a bold decision that you took that in spite of the fact that we have been invaded by COVID, we'll still go ahead to organize the Jalsa, or it's just because you feel the COVID-19 should not wrestle us down as far as our religious activities are concerned?
Yeah, so at the planning level, the Jalsa planning level, we had a meeting and we agreed that we shouldn't allow the COVID to be an impediment on our annual Jalsa. So you realize that for over a year or two now, we've not had Jalsa. And so we met and said that no, the COVID shouldn't be an impediment on our way. Let's see how we can adopt an innovative way of holding a Jalsa. So we decided that we're going to have a virtual Jalsa where the members in the Greater Accra will gather in Accra, and then over the virtual means, either by a TV, either by internet, either by YouTube, other members of the community all over the world can also take part in the Jalsa. So we took this to AMLA, and AMLA graciously approved of it. And we decided that we are also going to have it coincide with Khilafat Day. Today is a Khilafat Day, and that is why the Jalsa is being held today.
Yes, and that was the next question I was going to ask you before my brother will take over. That today is also a Khilafat Day. Today is also Friday. These are very two important functions or two important religious activities as far as Islam Ahmadiyya is concerned. It was something that you did deliberately, but how does that make you feel today?
Yeah, it makes me feel very good, and I believe everybody here is feeling very good. Today being a Jummah Day, a very important day in the Islamic days, and also coinciding with Khilafat Day. For now, in the contemporary world, if you're looking for guidance, if you're looking for somebody who will lead you to the right way, you cannot go behind the Khilafat Ahmadiyya. So it's a very important day. It makes me feel good, and I believe everybody here is feeling good. That today is Friday, and Jalsa is also coinciding with the Khilafat.
Jazakallah. You're welcome to the Jalsa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming, and we hope you will enjoy and have a lovely Jalsa.
Inshallah. I'm going to have a very enjoyable Jalsa, and I believe everybody here is also going to have a very great Jalsa this year.
Well, audience, it is the 89th Annual National Convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community here in Ghana. We have other personalities here. The theme is Khilafatul Ahmadiyya, a tool for authentic Islamic revival. Sir, what's your name? And if you can tell us what you do and why you're here today.
My name is Mualim Aliu A. Adam. I'm a missionary. I'm here to partake in this year most blessed Jalsa. Most blessed because for about 2 years now we've not been able to organize Jalsa Salana. But what makes me so happy about this Jalsa and makes it so unique is the fact that it coincides with Khilafat Day. Okay. I have always been telling people that if a man walks with one leg, you can never say that man is not a human being. Right. If someone walks with one arm, you can never say the person is not a human being. If someone walks with one eye, you can never say that fellow is not a human being. But that person refuses to be a human being if he doesn't have head. Right. That is what we can boast of in Ahmadiyya. We have head, and that is Khilafat. And that makes us a complete human.
Furuku.
That's quite wonderful, and I'm happy with what you have just said right now. It's full of wisdom. But you are a Murabi, you are a missionary of the Jamaat. I'm just going to ask you a question that is a bit outside what we are doing. As a missionary of the Jamaat, your work is quite daunting. How do you keep on with it each and every now?
Well, like you rightly mentioned, as a missionary, the only tool and weapon for us is dua, is prayers. With prayers, everything is possible.
So what are we going to expect from the Jalsa?
Well, we're looking forward to listen keenly and attentively to the speakers. And likely most of the speakers' speeches are going to be based on the importance of having Khilafat. And then whilst we are listening to the speeches, let us also do dua that may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala touch our hearts so that we, the listeners, would forever remain loyal and obedient to the institution of Khilafati Ahmadiyyat.
Jazakallah. If my brother can take it from there.
Thank you so much, and we hope you enjoy the Jalsa. Well, viewers, it is the 89th Annual National Convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community here in Ghana at Bustani Ahmed Grounds. It's for 2 days, 27th, 28th. We entreat you to join us online on YouTube, on our website, on Facebook, because it's a hybrid event and all the other regions are tuning in through your devices online. And the theme is Khilafatul Ahmadiyya, a tool for authentic Islamic revival. I have a very tall man standing by my side, almost trying to draft me. What's your name and what are you doing here today?
My name is Manan Bento. I'm the Kaidi Laka for Tema.
When you say Kaidi Laka, our viewers who are not Ahmadis or Muslims, they'll be wondering, what is that?
Oh, see, the president for the Majlis Qudam Ahmadiyya, the youth wing, that is a male youth wing organization in Tema. Yes. Okay. So I'm the president for Tema.
Okay. I hand you over to Faruku.
That's wonderful. Can you tell us your feeling today? Today is Jalsa, and for about 2 years or so, we've not been able to organize Jalsa. How do you feel as the president of the youth wing of the Ahmadiyya Jamaat in Tema?
Because to tell you the truth, I'm very happy and I'm so much excited that I even have goosebumps all over me. Okay. You know, to have such a gathering, okay, it's so much special that it's like a drought, okay, for some time now. So to come here, even though it's not as large as we would want it to be, but for the purpose of converging here, okay, for the sake of Almighty Allah, it's enough for us.
Yes, though we are not expecting that it should be hugely attended, but fortunately for us, people can watch us on TV, people can watch us on YouTube. What do you have to say to those who are unable to come here but are watching us on TV? What should they expect?
One important message I would give to the viewers outside is that they shouldn't take it as if because they are not coming here, okay, the kind of enthusiasm that they normally use or we are, okay, having because we are here, we are coming to follow the presence, okay. They shouldn't feel like because they are watching it on TV, okay, so they would just, okay, not enjoy it. But because they are also gathering, okay, in their various, okay, places, they should also have the same enthusiasm, the same feeling, and then enjoy the Ijtima.
My last question before my brother will take over. As the president of the Ahmadi Youth, what do you do specifically?
Yes, so that is, before every conference, okay, or every Jalsa comes on, there are a lot of people who work to ensure the before, the during, and then the after conference, okay, is a success. One duty for the Majlis is the drive force. It's like the backbone of this community, whereby a lot of works are being done by us. Okay, we make sure the conference becomes a success. If the how do you call it, think tanks, okay, think about how to plan the conference. We are like the ties. We move the conference. We make sure the conference becomes a success during, before, during, and after the conference.
Jazakallah for coming. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah, thank you so much. And we hope you will be attending to your duties as expected. This is a hybrid event. We have more people tuning in and logging on online and on the television stations of ITV, MTA Ghana, and Gaskia Television of Ghana, as well as the YouTube, Facebook, and on the website. Stay tuned. We are expecting to have another guest with us. Hey, my brother, how are you? We have been working so hard for some days now. Can you introduce yourself and what you're doing here at the Jalsa?
I'm Abdul Samad Isa, in charge of traffic control.
So without you, I would not be here.
Yes, that is a very important aspect of the Jalsa because a lot of cars are trooping in. If you don't give them a good place to park, that will let them, when they want to go home, they can easily go home and there are no delays here and there. That is what we are ensuring. And Alhamdulillah, so far so good.
Alhamdulillah, so far so good. This year's Jalsa is a special one, a hybrid one. We are not expecting many people to come physically, but we are expecting a lot to join us online, even beyond the shores of Ghana. How do you feel, and what is your message for them?
I feel that this Jalsa, especially being half in-house and half virtual, is a fulfillment of a prophecy of Hazrat Imam Mahdi alayhi salam, when he said, at a time he was unknown to the world, where Qadian, where he lived, was unknown, he said that his message is going to reach all corners of the earth. And today, it is not only that the prophecy has been fulfilled, but it is in use, that his members can be in any other part of Ghana, not only Ghana, but any part of the world, and yet they are together in a Jalsa to improve their spiritual and moral conditions.
I'll pass you over to my brother.
I feel so privileged because I'm standing by my own biological uncle to ask him a few questions as to how he carries on his life as an Ahmadi. Mr. Samad, you have been known to be a very energetic man who, in every sphere of the Jamaat, your work is seen. I just want you to tell the world, why do you feel it is important to dedicate your life to that extent to Islam Ahmadiyya?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has created the heaven and the earth and has created man, has told us that the purpose of our life on this earth is to worship him. Right. And when you want to worship Allah, you have to worship Allah in the proper way, in the correct way, in the right way. And currently, the right way of worship of Allah is with the Ahmadiyya Jamaat, where the Imam Mahdi, whose advent was foretold by Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam, has appeared. And now he is the nearest prophet to the world. And when work is being done in favor of propagating the teachings of Imam Mahdi, one has no other thing but to make it part and parcel of your life. And if you see me work so hard, it is because of this teaching of the Quran, and it is because Ahmadiyyat is Islam. There is a song that the Wala people made some time ago, right, which says that Kaka Mahdi Dabawa Kaslame Bahayam.
And please, what does that mean?
Kaka Mahdi Dabawa Kaslame Bahayam. Which is this, that if the promised Messiah did not appear, right, then Islam would have been a thing not to talk about. And it is very clear. Today you see the Khalifa of their time, who is his fifth successor, going to every corner of this world, right, preaching the message of peace. And that is Islam.
And that is Islam. That is wonderful. But people are watching us, on TV, on YouTube. Others are still on their way to the Jalsa. What do you have to tell those who are still preparing themselves to come to the Jalsa?
They should hurry up and be at the Jalsa. Those in Accra especially, they have the greatest opportunity to be in person, and they should not take it light. It is an opportunity they have. And for those all over in other parts of the country, they should stay glued to their televisions and be part of this important Jalsa.
My last question before my brother takes over. What message do you have for the youth of Islam Ahmadiyya? I can see that you are even more than a youth, but you're still working as though you are a youth. So what message do you have for them?
The youth are the pillar. You see, they are the people who will take this Jamaat in the next few years. So that is, they need to be well prepared. And that is why Hazrat Muslim Maud, the Khalifatul Masih II, has made a very good poem, which is the message to the youth. And he tells them that they should not idle, because a time will come, the Jamaat will be in their hands. So any youth who is listening to me in any part of the world, we should not let the distraction that is occurring in the world lead us astray, and we leave this Jamaat for other things. If you want success, both mundane and spiritual, keep in touch with Khilafat Ahmadiyya. And there is nothing that today's Jalsa has Khilafat as the team of the Jalsa.
Mr. Abdul Samad Issa, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You need to keep in tune, keep connected. We also have one of our eminent personalities here, the Naib Afsar, who is the deputy in charge of this whole program. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, well, thank you so much.
Alaji, can you introduce yourself properly to our audience across the country and across the globe?
Yeah, my name is Alhaj Yusuf Abu Ube. Currently serving as Naib Afsar, that's the deputy officer in charge of organizing the Jalsa.
Okay. Thank you so much. Alaji, this Jalsa is a special one. Indeed, a Jalsa with technology at play. Hybrid. On Zoom, on Facebook, on YouTube, as well as physical presence. How does it make you feel as a key component or key part of the organizing
committee. Yes, when they say IT has made the whole world a global village, this is exactly what it stands for, what it means, because as we are here, you know, when COVID came to, when COVID happened, we were not able to organize our Jalsa, our usual Jalsas for about 2 years, and it was actually affecting the spirituality of the generality of our Jamaat membership. They kept asking, when is Jalsa coming, when is Jalsa coming? And thankfully, communication or IT has made it possible for us to organize this Jalsa, which we have captioned virtual Jalsa. You can watch it from, in fact, you can participate wherever you are. If you're at home, you are gathered in a community, at any center, you can watch. And on your phone, on the move, even in your car, you can listen to the radio. We have all the, the links all over the place. And we really feel, you see, we were compelled to use this medium to make sure that we don't break that link, because Huzu has told us that, but there was once we attempted to postpone Jalsa because we said we were not prepared to do it in a certain way. And the message that came from Huzu was that apart from a pandemic, apart from an outbreak of any disease, nothing can stop the organization of a Jalsa. And so here we were, we decided that, well, if that is the case, why should we allow COVID to prevent us from holding Jalsa? We said no, we started, and then here we are, and I believe it's going to be very successful.
We started, and here we are, and we believe it's going to be very successful. Farouk.
Yes, Alaji, I can see your dressing alone informs me of your happiness. I mean, as far as the organization of this Jalsa is concerned. And the Jalsa in Ahmadiyya Muslim community, one of the important events that the Jamaat uses in carrying its message across. But there are people watching us on TV, on YouTube, and other channels. Some of them are not Muslims, some are not Ahmadi Muslims. Briefly, what do you have to tell them about what Islam Ahmadiyya is about? Just briefly.
Islam Ahmadiyya is, in fact, many people misconstrue Ahmadiyya as having been another religion altogether. But as you rightly put it, Islam Ahmadiyya is a sect in Islam. Islam Ahmadiyya has actually come to let the world know what the true Islam is. And that for those who are non-Muslims and non-Ahmadis, they should, once they watch our programs, if they watch MTA, they will come to realize that the real Islam is Islam Ahmadiyya.
Thank you very much for coming. And what should those who are watching us expect from this year's Jalsa?
They should just expect the usual spiritual benefits that they derive. Those who watch, they will get the usual benefit. Those who have come anew, they will learn something new. And I can tell you that we may even at the end of the day get converts, because it has happened over and over again. And we are expecting that those who are with us, they will be spiritually enriched. The new ones will definitely benefit from this Jalsa.
The new ones will definitely benefit from this Jalsa, inshallah. Thank you so much for making time to come for the Jalsa, and may we all receive the blessings.
Thank you, Alaji. We're so grateful for hosting us. Thank you. And it is the 89th annual national convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana. The theme for this year's Jalsa is Khilafatul Ahmadiyya, a tool for authentic revival. And we have our colleagues in the studio. We would like you to also hear from them. So shall we take you to our studios? Faruko.
Very well. We are so glad that those of you who are watching from homes, those of you who are watching us on TV, on YouTube, we will kindly entreat you to remain glued, because there is more that will be coming. Thank you.
And thank you very, very much. We will be going to the studios to pick up feed. We have people trooping in, excited, so smiling and, beaming and walking majestically to take their seats in readiness for the Jalsa. Thank you so much, and we join the studios.
I think we can move.
We do have the arrival of the Amir and missionary in charge of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here on the Jalsa grounds, and we are all ready to receive our revered Amir with his entourage, with the Naib Amir and the General Secretary, and with the Khudam Ahmadiyya National Sadr with his lieutenants, also following the Amir and missionary in charge of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana. This is the 89th annual national and a tool for authentic Islamic. Stay tuned. We are having a hybrid program. We do have live stream on Facebook, on YouTube, and also on our website, on ITV, Gaskia TV, MTA Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Amir is here with us.
And the Amir is the leader of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Ghana. He is a representative of the worldwide head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community in the person of Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmed Ayadallah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz.
Yes, and not only is he the representative, the ambassador of the Khalifa of the time, but the Khalifa also is a representative of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of God be upon him, who also happens to be the representative of the Almighty Allah on earth. So that is the chain of command, and that is how important the institution of Khilafat is to mankind.
The Amir and his entourage are about to walk to the podium, and before they do that, we usually welcome them with a takbirat, and then we shall hand over the mic to our brother here, who has a very special voice for doing it. And so, our brother, please do take over from us. Thank you.
So, takbir! Allahu Akbar. Takbir!
Allahu Akbar.
Islam Ahmadiyya.
Onkoso.
Islam Ahmadiyya.
Onkoso.
Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa.
Onyinche.
Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa.
Go ahead.
Nare Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
We have the Amir and missionary in charge of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana about to hoist the flag of Ghana and Islam Ahmadiyya, which is a very important symbolic act that is going to be performed by the revered Amir and missionary in charge. And we also have a member of parliament who is also a member of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Alhaji Ganza, also hoisting the Ghana flag. This is the time the Amir is hoisting the flag of his...
Takbir!
Allahu Akbar!
Takbir!
Allahu Akbar!
Islam Ahmadiyya!
Onkoso!
Islam Ahmadiyya!
Onkoso!
Ghana!
Onkoso!
Ghana!
Onkoso!
Ghana!
Onkoso!
Khilafat Ahmadiyya!
Onkoso!
Khilafat Ahmadiyya!
Onkoso!
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Ki!
Yeah!
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Ki!
Yeah!
Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Ki!
Yeah!
Ki!
Yeah!
Ki!
Yeah!
Nare Takbir!
Allahu Akbar!
Let's say dua. Amen.
Amen. We just have the hoisting of the flag. Allahu Akbar.
Takbir. Islam. Islam. Islam Ahmadiyya. Islam Ahmadiyya. Ghana. Ghana. Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen. Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Ghana.
We just had the hoisting of the flag of the Ahmadiyya community by the Amir missionary in charge, Maulvi Al-Hajj Nur Muhammad bin Salim, and also the hoisting of the Ghana flag by Al-Hajj Jalsa, who is a member of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, and also a member of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana. We do have the entourage of the Amir now graciously moving towards the day's voting attendees of Jalsa Salana.
Islam Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Ghana.
We pray to God that God will grant him long life. We pray to God that God will always be behind him and with him, and grant him much more wisdom to pursue the activities of the Muslim community.
Islam Ahmadiyya. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Ghana.
Tune in, stay tuned, and enjoy the 89th Annual National Convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community in Ghana with the theme Khilafat al-Ahmadiyya, a tool for authentic Islamic revival.
Islam Ahmadiyya. Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Ghana. Ghana.
Allahu Akbar. We are also saying a word of prayer for our leaders who also have passed on. We are saying a word of prayer for
Islam
of the various sections of the Ahmadiyya.
Islam Ahmadiyya. Islam Ahmadiyya. Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Amir Nur Muhammad bin Salim. Ghana.
The Khilafat Day, and also as the Jalsa Salana, the 89th one, and also the first hybrid Jalsa, if my memory serves me right, of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana, that we can watch it on any of our devices, we can watch it on our television, and it is also being participated by attendees online throughout the world. It is giving us the reach to all the corners of the earth, as the prophecy was given to the promised Messiah.
La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. Rasulullah. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. La ilaha إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله نرى تكبير الله أكبر نرى تكبير الله أكبر.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Time is fast spent, so without much ado, we'll kickstart the program. The 89th Annual National Convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission Ghana by inviting our brother Farouk Abdul Hakim of MTA to come and recite a portion from the Holy Quran. If Brother Hakim is here, kindly come to the podium and recite a portion from the Holy Quran to kickstart the Jalsa.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول فإن توليتم فإنما عليه ما حمل فإن توليتم فإنما عليه ما حمل فإن تولوا فإنما عليه ما حمل وعليكم ما حملتم وإن تطيعوه تهتدوا وما على الرسول إلا البلاغ المبين. وعد الله الذين آمنوا منكم وعملوا الصالحات ليستخلفنهم في الأرض كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم وليمكنن لهم دينهم الذي ارتضى لهم وليبدلنهم من بعد خوفهم أمنا يعبدونني لا يشركون بي شيئا ومن كفر
بعد ذلك فأولئك هم الفاسقون وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأطيعوا الرسول لعلكم ترحمون. Translation. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful. Say, obey Allah and obey the messenger. But if you turn away, then upon him is his burden, and upon you is your burden. And if you obey him, you will be rightly guided. And the messenger is not responsible but for the plain delivery of the message. Allah has promised to those among you who believe and do good works that he will surely make them successors in the earth, as he made successors from among those who were before them. And that he will surely give them in exchange security and peace after their fear. They will worship me, and they will not associate anything with me. Then whoso is ungrateful after this, then whoso is ungrateful after that, they will be the rebellious. And observe prayer, and give the zakat, and obey the messenger, that you may be shown mercy. This is taken from Surah An-Nur, Quran chapter 24, verse 55 to 57. Jazakumullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Nare Takbir! Umar Farooq Abdul Hakim. Nare Takbir!
Of course, we are indeed grateful to our brother, and we pray, may Allah shower his choicest blessings upon him. We'll continue with a recitation of an Urdu poem, and this will be done by Hafiz Said Adam of Jamia Ahmadiyya International, Ghana. Hafiz Sab, if you are here, kindly come to the podium and recite the Urdu poem.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. To be presented before you is an Urdu poem written by the promised Messiah alayhi salatu wasalam about his love for Islam and the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. This poem has been taken from his book Aina Kamalati Islam, the mirror of the essence of Islam, and I present to you firstly the English translation of some selected stanzas of this poem, then the poem in Urdu. We wearied our mind by searching all around. No faith did we find like as the faith of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. There is no religion that can show such signs. This fruit we ate only from Muhammad's orchard sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Come, O people, here you will find the light of God. Lo, we told you a way to satisfy yourself. May thy peace and blessing be on Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wasallam. From him we obtain this light, O God Almighty. O dearest, I swear of thy uniqueness. In thy love we forgot our own self. We are elect of men through thee, O elect of messengers, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. We moved our own step forward with thy stride. Now the poem. منظوم كلام سيدنا حضرت أقدس المسيح موعود عليه الصلاة والسلام. हर तरफ फिक्र को बोरा کے تکایا ہم نے، ہر طرف فکر کو دوڑا کے تکایا ہم نے، کوئی دین محمد سا نہ پایا ہم نے، کوئی دین محمد سا نہ پایا ہم نے، کوئی مذہب نہیں ایسا کہ نشان دکھلائے، کوئی مذہب نہیں ایسا کہ نشان دکھلائے، یہ ثمر باغ محمد سے حکایا ہم نے، آؤ لوگوں کے نور خدا پاؤ گے، آؤ لوگوں کے نور خدا پاؤ گے، لو تمہیں طور تسلی کھا بتایا ہم نے، مصطفیٰ پر تیرا بے حد ہو سلام الرحمت، مصطفیٰ پر تیرا بے حد ہو سلام الرحمت، اس سے یہ نور لیا بار خدایا ہم نے، دل برا مجھ کو قسم ہے تیری یکتائی کی، دل برا مجھ کو قسم ہے تیری یکتائی کی، آپ کو تیری محبت میں بلایا ہم نے، ہم ہوئے خیری امم تجھ سے ہی، اے خیر رسول، ہم ہوئے خیر امم تجھ
तेरे बढ़ने से कदम आगे बढ़ाया हमने, तेरे बढ़ने से कदम आगे बढ़ाया हमने, हर तरफ फिक्र को दौड़ा के थकाया हमने, कोई दीद मोहम्मद सा न पाया हमने, कोई दीन मोहम्मद सा न पाया हमने। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
تكبير الله أكبر. حافظ سعيد آدم جامعة انترناشونال أحمدية. نعرة تكبير الله أكبر.
We are thankful to our brother Hafiz Said Adam from Jamia Ahmadiyya International for the beautiful recitation of the Urdu poem. We've gotten to a very important item on the program, which has to do with an opening address together with a special message that has been sent by our beloved Imam Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, Ayadahullahu Ta'ala bin Nasri al-Aziz. And this is going to be done by no less a person than our own revered Amir and missionary in charge, Al-Hajj Maulana Nur Mohammed bin Salih. Ladies and gentlemen, I entreat each and every one of us to pay rapt attention to these very important addresses, Amir's own opening address and that of our beloved Imam. If nothing at all, we would have taken something very important from this Jalsa. So with utmost humility, I wish to invite our Amir to the podium to open the Jalsa with this address and with that of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. Thank you.
تكبير الله أكبر. حضرت خليفة المسيح الحامي الحاج مولوي نور محمد بن سالي. نعرة تكبير الله أكبر.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين إن الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة ألا تخافوا ولا تحزنوا وابشروا بالجنة التي كنتم توعدون. Distinguished brethren, Honorable Al-Hassan Gansa, the Member of Parliament for Esikuma Adobin Brakwa, if I'm not mistaken, Justice Said Kwekujan, our elder, former very senior government official, a former member of the Council of State, former Minister of State. My other distinguished brethren here, I also have the singular honor of inviting our brethren from the United States of America who are here with us this morning and participating in this convention. My dear brethren of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, you are all welcome. We indeed sent a request to our beloved Imam Khalifatul Masih Al-Khamis, Ayyadahu Allah Ta'ala bin Nasrul Aziz, requesting him to kindly address us in the opening session of this Jalsa, and also to bless us with a closing address at the end and close of the Jalsa. I believe time was too short for this arrangement to be made. All the same, I'm inclined to believe that even though he has not sent a formal message for me to deliver to you, but hopefully he will address us, inshallah, during his Jummah khutbah. He has not told me so. It is only my hope and wish, my prayer, and that of all of you, that he does so. Having said this, distinguished brethren, we also have one of our brothers, indeed a missionary, a Markazi missionary from the Gambia, who is here with us attending this all-important convention. Very many members of the Majlis Amla are here. And indeed, Amla of the three wing organizations, I believe they are all here, particularly those who reside within the Greater Accra region. First and foremost, we, as grateful servants of Allah and known as Ahmadi Muslims of this soil called Ghana, we are indeed very, very grateful, first and foremost, to the Almighty Allah, because we are in duty bound to thank him. We are in duty bound to thank him for having blessed us with this favorable and ennobling atmosphere. A favorable and ennobling atmosphere which has enabled us to gather here today to quench our thirst, the thirst for our cherished occasion of an annual convention. Indeed, this annual convention we call Jalsa Salana, this occasion has grown to become an indispensable part and parcel of the lives of the young and old, men as well as women, among all Ahmadi Muslims the world over. Although this time a very limited attendance and a virtual one this time around, we all the same adore it. We adore the Jalsa because this particular one is very precious to us, because two such annual conventions have disdainfully eluded us already. Because of the fact that we are in an era of the dying embers of the COVID-19 menace. COVID-19 menace, which have been, because of the COVID menace, we have been minded to hold this virtual convention with very limited number of attendees. It is with the hope, therefore, that Allah, being gracious and merciful as he has always been towards us, a better enabling atmosphere is in the wait for us to have our full-blown, cherished annual convention come next year, 2023, inshallah. Importantly for us, our very cherished centenary Jalsa is still in the pipeline. Ahmadiyya set a footing in Ghana in 1921. We are now in 1922. We are now in 2022. And from 1921 to 2022, you have a full length of 100 years. And as such, therefore, we were poised to celebrate the centenary of Jamaat Ahmadiyya in Ghana, but for the disdainful intervention of the COVID-19. We are still hopeful, therefore, that with the current developments, and even the fact that we are able to have this limited convention is a positive sign to the fact that we may, Allah willing, next year, inshallah, be able to have our full convention at Bagi Ahmad, which, inshallah,
Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Islam Ahmadiyya Ghana! Nare Takbir! Allahu Akbar!
Which, as usual, may be attended by brethren from all walks of life and from all corners of this country. This virtual convention, therefore, should only be seen as a teaser. As we sit here, Ahmadi Muslim brethren throughout the country are fully participating in this Jalsa while gathered in their various localities. This has been possible by courtesy of science, modern science and technology. Indeed, Ahmadi Muslims in this country have gathered at 119 places, stations, localities participating virtually in this very convention. The COVID-19 has succeeded negatively in shattering the economy of the world, and in so doing has reduced vulnerable countries like ours into a state of complete despair. The Ghanaian today is confronted with extreme hardship in our daily lives. Extreme hardships in our daily lives, a development which is unprecedented in the history of our country. In the wake of this sad development, we are quick at pointing fingers at some individuals or groups of persons as the ones responsible for this despicable development. The truth is, distinguished brethren, that we as a people have collectively contributed to this development because at this point in our lives, we have collectively relegated God and God consciousness to the background. And in so doing, we have adopted a corrupt lifestyle, the type which is uncharacteristic of a Ghanaian. On the global front and in the religious front, on the religious front, Islam, which has in it what it takes to get the world out of this mess, has failed the world because the worst enemies of Islam have proven to be the Muslims themselves. In effect, no single individual or group of persons has negatively brought great harm to bear on Islam. Negative effect to bear on Islam through both covert and overt activities, more than what and more than the contribution that Muslims have made. Distinguished brethren, as we sit, if you consider what our dear revered leader Hazrat Khalifatul Masih al-Khamis ayyadahullahu ta'ala bin Nasrul Aziz eloquently pointed out, he draws our attention to the fact that in these contemporary times, Islam is virtually at the verge of distinction, at the verge of extinction, and Dajjal in this very era is poised and putting all arrangements in place and marching forward with the hope, with the aim, and with the commitment to completely rout Islam out of the surface of the earth. Unfortunately, they have to a large extent exceeded. Because if we ask ourselves and we ponder and look around, we would find that Iraq has been brought down to its feet. Iraq, which was a stronghold of Islam and a Muslim country for that matter. Libya has not only been paralyzed, but completely destroyed. Syria, another Muslim country that Muslims are very proud of. Syria has been completely demobilized militarily, economically, and socially, leaving it with no iota of cohesion whatsoever and no feet to stand on. The little talk about Pakistan, the better. It is now the most disoriented un-Islamic country on earth. While on the other hand too, big brother Saudi Arabia, which houses the most sacred relics of Islam, and as such expected to be the bastion of Islam, is simply gasping for breath to at least sustain the little life remaining in it. The attention of the Dajjal now is on those patches of Muslim settlements that are firmly established in such countries that cannot ideologically be called Muslim countries. To start with, the Boko Haram menace has been planted on West Africa with the avowed duty of clandestinely destroying and completely eradicating Islam from the West African soil, starting from Big Brother Nigeria. Big Brother Nigeria, which happens to be the most populously Muslim populated country in West Africa. One of their major modus operandi, the Boko Haram, is to give Islam a bad name so as to make it an object of ridicule. In all these cases, it is the Muslim that has been used and cited and continues to be used absolutely for the annihilation of brother Muslim and for the total eradication of Islam. On the other hand, dear brethren, Muslim clerics are busily misrepresenting Islam out of their foul and guarded utterances, as well as ignorant complacency, making a monster out of Islam. In so doing, they have inadvertently created the cherished justifications and the leveling grounds for the Dajjal to tread on and easily crush Islam under his feet. The recent unwarranted murder of a Christian lady in a college of education within a Muslim enclave in northern Nigeria, simply on the basis of abuses she allegedly heaped on the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That dastardly act is still nightmarishly fresh in our minds. Such barbaric acts have nothing to do with Islam and must therefore be condemned in no uncertain terms. The perpetrators of this dastardly act must be made to face the full weight, the full rigors of the law without fear and favor. Indeed, the saddest note is in the fact that the Muslim world is in great turmoil, and Muslim youth are gradually developing an inferiority complex and resultantly shying away from Islam. The world is gradually but tactfully avoiding the company of Muslims, also because of the established erratic, inhumane, and unfriendly nature of the Muslim. Unfortunately, in the midst of all these negatives, the only services rendered by some Muslim clerics is to malign others and incite others to murder and rob people in the name of Islam. A great shame indeed. Distinguished brethren, members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, if we reflect for a moment, wisdom would have it that someone had to come at this juncture. Wisdom would have it that all these developments are calling out to something. Wisdom will have it that time is ripe and ripe enough for something, an expected something by the whole world to take place. For instance, Maulana Maududi, a Pakistani cleric, and a leading cleric for that matter, is one of the bitterest enemies of Ahmadiyya Muslim community. Even he, while painting what he felt was a vivid and graphic picture of Muslims of our contemporary times, writes in the part 3, page 103 of his book, titled Musalman or Mawjuda Siyasi Kashmakash. He said, this great multitude called Muslims is in such a state that 99% of its people have no knowledge of Islam, nor are they able to distinguish truth from falsehood. Neither their moral point of view nor their mental attitude coincides with Islam. Just the name Muslim has been transferred from father to son, has been inherited only, and that is the only reason why they are Muslims. This is the description of a staunch enemy of Jamaat Ahmadiyya, the description that he has made of Muslims in our contemporary era. There is a journal in India called Ahl Hadith. It still exists. In its 20th December 1921 issue, he wrote about the sad state of affairs of contemporary Muslims. He wrote as follows. He says, our strength has been wrenched out. Our valor has become an illusion. Our limbs have become weak, and our spiritual zeal has disappeared. In fact, it is no exaggeration to declare that the signs of love, the signs of life, the signs of life have altogether vanished from the limbs. The only living parts left, with Muslims are the mouth, and in that mouth, a tongue. That is the only thing left of Muslims, according to him. Juxtaposed against this, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih al-Khamis, Ayyadahullahu ta'ala bin Nasrul Aziz, in his book, The Blessed Model of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, writes, he says, the summary of what the promised Messiah alayhi salatu wa salam says about the significance of this era and drawing the attention of people to it is that Islam is undergoing hard times. Islam is undergoing hard times, and for this reason, Allah the Exalted established a community that would restore its lost greatness. A community that will restore the lost greatness of Islam. For this reason, God said to the Muslims to give up their obstinacy, and instead of obstinacy, contemplate over the fact and ask themselves whether Allah the Exalted would not be, whether Allah Ta'ala would not be aroused to establish the honor of the Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, even in these circumstances. Whether Allah Ta'ala will not be aroused to establish the re-establishment of Islam, even under these despicable situations that Islam finds itself today. Even more in these circumstances when his holy prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, is being attacked, and his religion, Islam, is being attacked from all directions. Distinguished brethren, this brings us to our real topic of the day. And that topic of the day is, what is it that we can do? What is it that I can do? What is it that we can do individually as Ahmadi Muslims? What is it that we can do collectively as Ahmadi Muslims to save Islam from this despicable situation that we find it today? To save Islam from falling into the ditch as we find it just by the side of the ditch about to fall. As we pull Islam out of the ditch, the majority of Muslims are pulling Islam backwards towards the ditch. They outnumber us. They have more resources than we have. But we cannot afford to give up. Because there is one thing which we have and which they collectively do not have. And that something is the major deciding factor when it comes to making progress in religion, and particularly the religion of Islam. What I'm trying to draw attention to is that let the others have the numerical strength, and let we, the Ahmadi Muslims, enjoy the inferior numerical strength. Regardless of this, we are richer than they are. And the history of Islam demonstrates to all of us that we Ahmadi Muslims are richer than any other person in the world. The Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam admonished us in hadith saying that Al-Ghina Ginan Nafs. He says, real contentment is the contentment of heart. Once you are at peace with your heart, you are at peace with your fellow human beings. Once you are at peace with your Creator, then you have everything to boast of. History of Islam tells us, and Ahadith Nabawiyah tell us, that the Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has prophesied and painted a checkered history of Islam before all of us, indicating what Islam was to go through from its rise to its fall, and made us understand that the golden era of Islam is that era which started from the time of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companions up to the time of Hazrat Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu, the fourth and final Khalifa among the Khulafai Rashidin. And then after that, Islam was to start its decline, spiritual decline, assisted by material prosperity, and further accelerated the more by material prosperity, and more by gaining ascendancy in terms of rulership of other people, further aggravating the poor situation and manner and station of Islam, until it would get to a time that Islam would have been so down that it would be trampled upon under the feet. And that picture is exactly this current era of ours. Our own country, Ghana, is a very good example before each and every one of us. All Ghanaians agree. All Ghanaian Muslims agree. They don't hide it. They accept it. We have 4 major Muslim sects in this country. We have the Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. We have the Tijaniya. We have the Shia. And we have the Ahmadiyya. Each one of these 3 leaders has pronounced in public that but for Ahmadiyya that has emerged in this country to save Islam and hold high the banner of Islam and give honor, respect, and prestige to Islam. That but for Ahmadiyya, Islam would have become extinct by now. But for Ahmadiyya,
Takbir! Allahu Akbar! Islam Ahmadiyya! Ankoso! Nare Takbir! Allahu Akbar!
But for Ahmadiyya, Islam would have become extinct by now from our motherland, Ghana. They don't stop there. They exhort the people, particularly the youth, to learn, to get closer to Ahmadi Muslim and learn from Ahmadiyya what is meant by Islam, how to give honor, prestige to Islam, how to uphold Islam, how to groom oneself to grow to be a proud Muslim. Distinguished brethren, what is the difference between we, the Ahmadi Muslims, sitting down here and out there in various parts of this country? What is the difference between us and our brethren, the other Muslims? They are Muslims, just as we are Muslims. We have no right, we have never sought that right at any point in time to want to say, and we have no reason to ever say that they are not Muslims. We don't. And we don't wish to have that right. And that right does not exist anywhere. They are Muslims just like we are. Ask yourself, therefore, what is the difference? Why is it that we stand out there clear, but they are not able to come out clear? They are in the background. It is for that one singular thing which I say we have and which makes us richer than every single group of Muslims, sect of Islam, in any part of the world and the whole world brought together. That singular thing which we have is Khilafat.
Khilafat Ahmadiyya. Nare Takbir. Allahu Akbar.
This statement coming from me is only a teaser, number 2, because somebody is coming, an able colleague of mine, to dwell full length on the topic of Khilafah after I sat down. I would only on this note want to appeal to my brethren that whether we like it or not, they see us as role models. Therefore, we must know that we cannot afford to be in bed with pretense. No Ahmadi can afford to be pretentious. An Ahmadi who tries to be pretentious in any society in this country, the people will be quick to point out to you, telling you that you are a useless Ahmadi. Ahmadis are not like that, because they know what material Ahmadis are made of. So let us assert ourselves and get ready and poised to do what is expected of us as Ahmadi Muslims and under the leadership and under the banner of Khilafat Ahmadiyya. On this note, I want to thank all of you for coming. I want to thank all of you for kindly and silently listening and invite all of you to join me in a silent prayer to declare this convention opened. Kindly join me in a silent prayer. Amin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Nare Takbir. Islam Ahmadiyya. Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa. Ghulam Ahmad Ki. Ghulam Ahmad Ki. Khilafat Ahmadiyya. Amir Muhammad bin Saleh. Jamaat Ahmadiyya Ghana. Nare Takbir. Alhamdulillah. 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 The 89th Annual National Convention of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission Ghana under the theme Khilafat Ahmadiyya, a tool for authentic Islamic revival, has been duly opened by the Amir and missionary in charge, Al-Hajj Maulana Nur Muhammad bin Saleh. We are indeed grateful to our revered Amir, and we continue to pray that may Allah empower him, may He strengthen him, may Allah grant him long life of good health, so that he can continue to be or to play the leadership role that has been placed on his shoulders by Allah and for the benefit of all of us. Indeed, we have listened to him, and we pray that we should be able to imbibe whatever advice he has given us and promise not to be pretentious, but read and understand the true teachings of Islam Ahmadiyyat and practicalize them in our various lives, so that others can look at us and also come to the realization that yes, it is indeed Ahmadiyyat that can help the world to overcome its numerous challenges. May Allah bless our minister for us. We'll continue with the program. We'll take a song of praise from Mankasim Zone. As we all know, this Jalsa, the attendance has been restricted to those of us in Accra, but on the program we have Mankasim Zone. Through the courtesy of technology, we are going to have that song of praise far away from Mankasim, and will be shared with all Ahmadi members over the country through the same technology. So we'll call upon our brothers who are managing the IT system to get our Mankasim Jamaat to come through with their song of praise.
محمد وبارك وسلم آمين Montie andribite mosro mumeted andribite mosro de waba mazaya oyade yeno wa aba wa india sase sona mumetie Montie andribite mosro adasama montie andribite mosro Wada waba Mezaya no waba wa India sasisu Mumetie nandribitie tiemo Mumetie nandribitie mo surhode Waba Mezaya oyadie no waba wa India sasisu na mumetie Montie andribite moso mumetie andribite moso ode waba mezaya no waba wa India sasisu sa oba eni wa be hwachiro sa oba asu obeye tintin mumetie andribite mosro adasama mumetie andribite mosro hode waba oyadie mahadino wa aba wa India sase so na mumetie montie andribite mosro mumetie andribite mosro hode waba Mezaya no waba wa India sase so
Nyabwatwe anyame nyabwatwe anyame nyabwatwe ake eba Mezaya le eba ya India shikpono shi nyabwatwe
Montie andribite moso mumetie andribite moso ode waba Mezaya no waba wa India sase so Dore takbir
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The members who are here have missed out the songs of praise from Mankasim, but I can assure you that all the various centers, they have listened to the songs of praise from Mankasim. It is only us at Bustani Ahmadiyya, the main center, we rather missed out. So our technology is working all over the country. They have listened to that songs of praise. It's not working fully anyway. But they listen to Mankasim and listen to us as well. So it's a very beautiful scene out there. We are grateful to the Almighty Allah for making all these things possible. But we know that these are signs of the appearance of the Messiah and we should be grateful to have realized and accepted this promised Messiah, alayhi salam. On this note, I wish to invite our brother Movi Naim Ahmed Shima, who is working at the office of the Amir and Missionary in Charge as a special aide, to come to the podium to deliver his address on Khilafat and its significance in contemporary human society. Also, we are most welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Respected dear Amir and Missionary in Charge, Ghana, brethren of Islam, Ahmadiyya, all distinguished guests, today my topic of speech is Khilafat and its significance in contemporary human society. Hazrat Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad Khalifatul Masih Sani Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, in his address of Jalsa Salana Qadian in 1914 said, and I quote, "The word Khalifa means someone who succeeds another and to continuous the work of his predecessor. To understand the function of a successor, one has to look at the function of the predecessor. Allah has explained the work of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as following in Holy Quran: Yatlu alayhim ayatihi wa yuzakkihim wa yu'allimuhumul kitaba wal hikmah. That is, he should recite the verses of God to the people, purify them, teach them the book, and impart wisdom to them. These four tasks of the Prophet cannot be performed by any anjuman. They can be performed only by the person whom God Himself appoints after the Prophet and who is entitled as Khalifa." Unquote. The purpose of the institution of Khilafat is to bring people closer to Allah. Allah sends Prophet to remind people that Allah is the ultimate reality, and everyone should completely devote oneself towards His ultimate reality. After the Prophets complete their mission, the challenge is to maintain the unity of the community and to keep the community on the right path. This task requires a leader who has a strong faith and a high level of righteousness. Khalifa is such a leader who is elected by God, by people, but chosen by Allah. Sayyidina Hazrat Masih Maud ﷺ says, and I quote, according to Holy Quran, till the end of time, you will continue to be blessed with spiritual life and material vision from God, and the people of other religions and nations will receive this light from you. The spiritual life and material vision will empower you to invite others towards Islam, and such ability in you, in other words, is called Khalifa. Hence, Khilafat is the source of tabligh, ta'lim, and tarbiyat in the Jamaat. The most basic function of Khalifa is to carry the message of the Prophet into the future without losing the spirit of message. This task is best accomplished when the community is united and strong, and the Jamaat cannot be united and strong without the institution of Khilafat. Dear brethren, in order to know how significant Khilafat is in this contemporary human society, we need to know how the world is moving today. We are in the world where atheism is on its pinnacle. We are in the world where people disregard religion. And we are in the world where people think religion is a hindrance to the progress of humanity and think that being religious is tantamount to retrogression in life. If that is the case, as a religious body, our conscience automatically tells us that there is a need of someone sent by God to manage the affairs of humanity. The only person who can manage the affairs of humanity in our contemporary age is the Khalifa, who has been appointed by Allah the Almighty. All unbiased people who can see the orderly and God-fearing functioning of Ahmadiyya Khilafat will bear witness that this religious and social system perfectly reflects the promise of God Almighty given in Surah An-Nur, where Allah says, وَعَدَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مِنْكُمْ وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ لَيَسْتَخْلِفَنَّهُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ كَمَا اسْتَخْلَفَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ وَلَيُمَكِّنَنَّ لَهُمْ دِينَهُمُ الَّذِي ارْتَضَىٰ لَهُمْ وَلَيُبَدِّلَنَّهُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ خَوْفِهِمْ أَمْنًا. Allah has promised to those among you who believe and do good works that He will surely make them successors in the earth, as He made successors from among those who were before them, and that He will surely establish for them their religion, which He has chosen for them, and that He will surely give them in exchange security and peace after their fear. Sayyidina Hazrat Masih Maud ﷺ, explaining the blessings of Khilafat under the banner of Nabuwat, he said, since no one can live forever, Allah the Exalted ordained that the Anbiya, who are the most honorable and the best people of the earth, continue their existence upon the earth by the way of reflection. For this purpose, God instituted Khilafat, so that the world should at no time be deprived of the blessings of Nabuwat. He who limits it to 30 years foolishly overlooks the true purpose of the Khalifa and does not realize that God did not design that the blessings of Khilafat to be limited to 30 years after the death of Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Thereafter, the world may go to ruin. Hazrat Mirza Bashir Ahmad Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu states, and I quote, God Almighty does everything through wisdom and foresight, and there is always a good reason and logic behind it. According to nature's physical laws, man has only a limited lifespan, but the task of reformation and training of society requires an eternity. This is why Allah has established the system of Khilafat after the system of prophethood. The Khalifa continues and carries on the task of the Prophet. The seed sown by the Prophet is protected and nurtured by the Khalifa till it becomes a strong and steady tree. It shows that in fact, Khalifa as an offshoot or branch of the system of prophethood. That is why the Holy Prophet ﷺ says that after every prophet, the system of Khilafat is established. So, the immensely important feature and property of Khilafat Ahmadiyya is not of an earthly but of heavenly and divine nature. Its utmost importance is that it is established on the precepts of prophethood as warranted by Holy Prophet ﷺ 1400 years ago, and as proved and confirmed by the promised Messiah. Both eras of the true Khilafat, are thus built on the Minhaj-e-Nabuwah, meaning precept of prophethood. Therefore, the supreme religious authority of all Khulafa in Ahmadiyyat firmly rests upon the well-known instruction of Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is reported to have said, "Follow in my footsteps, follow in my footsteps and the footsteps of Khulafai Rashideen who are fully guided." My dear brethren, if we truly realize the grand unseen property of Ahmadiyya Khilafat is its foundation on the precepts of prophethood, we also realize that the spiritual importance of Khilafat Ahmadiyya for the modern world is today even greater than its social example. We can see with our own eyes and feel with our own hearts that the blessed Khilafat Ahmadiyya has indeed been established as the long-awaited example for Muslims and the entire humanity. Khilafat Ahmadiyya has established the true system of Islam on the earth and has indeed given peace of heart and mind to all who have the honor and the privilege to belong to it. All holy martyrs of Ahmadiyya community and those of our brothers and sisters who endure life and selflessly strive for Allah under grave persecution find their peace and comfort in the divinely ordained institution of Khilafat, in the bond of love and affection existing between them and their Khalifa. And those are unlucky enough to leave for any material reason the fold of Ahmadiyyat, learn on their own unhappy experience the truth of Allah's warning, وَمَنْ كَفَرَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَاسِقُونَ. Then whoso is ungrateful after that, they will be the rebellious. If one is asked to explain briefly what Islam is, one may well say Islam is the sense of unity. Indeed, true Islam, as we see every moment in the fold of Ahmadiyyat, is the sense of unity and brotherhood among people, emerging from the unique and wonderful sense and realization of Tawheed, the unity of Allah. Alas, we see that in the so-called Muslim world, beyond the fold of Ahmadiyyat, there is no unity in any, let alone this grand sense of this word, even brotherhood, where it can be seen, is being built more on materialistic and political rather than spiritual and religious grounds. In the absence of unity and any desire for unity, we see only disintegration and nothing else. To the question why it is so, the answer in Islam is as scientific as it is religious, because it is only unity that begets orderliness. Speaking in scholarly term of physics, disunity in any formal system is chaos, and chaos is death. Death being the end of the very purpose of existence for such a system, if it is as true in the world of physics as in any human society. As we just listened from Amir Sahib, that some Muslim scholars and politicians before and now attempted to establish their own Khilafat of sorts. After the Khilafat movement of 1919 to 1924, there was Maulana Maududi, the Taliban, Hizb ut-Tahrir, to name just a few. But is it not about them that Allah Almighty says in Surah Al-Hashr, تَحْسَبُهُمْ جَمِيعًا وَقُلُوبُهُمْ شَتَّى ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ قَوْمٌ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ. Thou thinkest them to be united, but their hearts are divided. Chapter 59, verse 15. Sayyidina Had Masih Maud Islam said in his book, in his message, Pegam-e-Sulo, those who are outside my Jamaat are all disunited in their ways and thoughts. They do not follow a leader whose obedience is incumbent upon them. Our beloved Imam, Sayyidina Khalifatul Masihul Khamis, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr Aziz said in his sermon on 28th May 2021, and I quote, "Other Muslims desire to establish a Khilafat, but they do so with worldly intentions, materialistic means and schemes, and such ways will never be of use to them, and Khilafat can never be established in that way. They can try all they like. However, Khilafat will now continue to be established only in the way that Allah has decreed. Dear brethren, importance of Khilafat in its most obvious and tangible aspect is in the task of maintaining religious and social bonds among true believers, to organize them for good deeds, beneficial for all, and to send out this bright example of unity to the entire humankind. It can only be done through Khilafat, the only structure in Islam able to support and maintain unity and brotherhood among believers, and to help them strive together for the fulfillment of the purpose of human life. And what is this purpose, if not a lifetime of attaining and preaching Tawheed, the awesome, magnificent, and all-compassing unity of our beloved Almighty Allah? Seeing this steady growth of Ahmadiyya Jamaat, one starts to realize why Surah Al-Nasr enjoins the Khalifa and the Imam of the time to glorify thy Lord with his praise. But also, when so many people of different backgrounds enter the fold of Ahmadiyyat, it must be ensured that all of them realize the preciousness and grandeur of Khilafat Ahmadiyya. From the very beginning of their new life in the Jamaat, they must adhere to the concept and practice of Khilafat with all their being. Khilafat, my dear brethren, Khilafat is that mirror in front of which they have to cleanse and beautify their souls. And it is because of this that we are admonished in Surah An-Nasr, فَسَبِّهْ بِحَمْدِ رَبِّكَ وَاسْتَغْفِرْهُ إِنَّهُ كَانَ تَوَّابًا. Glorify thy Lord with his praise and seek forgiveness of him. Surely he is oft returning with mercy. Only through seeking forgiveness from Allah we can hope to cleanse and purify ourselves as to be worthy of the spiritual jewel of Khilafat. Alhamdulillah, we are comforted and inspired by the divine promise that such forgiveness will indeed come, but only if we shall tread on the right path of Khilafat and treasure it more than our lives. Khilafat is the life of the faith itself. If we, the Ahmadis, are the body of Ahmadiyyat, then Khilafat Ahmadiyya is its very soul, and the Khalifa of the time is its beating spiritual heart. My dear brethren, Khilafat Ahmadiyya is the most important and most magnificent blessing that could have come to a human being and any human community. May the entire world witness Khilafat Ahmadiyya with loving eyes. They will then see not only the true religious system uniting true believers by bonds of love and common striving for the good of humanity, but also that this is the only system that is uniting in the present, both the past and the future, thus preserving for today and tomorrow, for all generations to come, the very essence of prophethood as the living and exhaustible channel of divine revelation. At this point, however, a question may arise as to why we do need a Khalifa to turn fear into peace. Why do we need a Khalifa when religion has been perfected for us? We have the Holy Quran, we have the Sunnah of Rasul Kareem Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Ahadith, we have the books of Promised Messiah. Why do we need Khalifa to obtain right guidance? To answer this question, we need to understand the physiology of human nature. We believe that Allah has created us. Hence, He knows about the physiology of human nature more than anyone else. Sayyidina Masih Maud states in Philosophy of Teachings of Islam, and I summarized it, that according to Allah, Humans are born in the state of nafs ammara. Now, what is nafs ammara? Nafs ammara is the state of mind. In this state, man is inclined towards evil, and evil pulls the man away from the moral growth and perfection. The second state is nafs lawama. We enter into nafs lawama when we disregard evil and educate ourselves with religious teachings. In this state, man tries to run his life based on high moral principles but can't achieve complete success. The third state is nafse mutmainna. In this state, the man is delivered from all weaknesses and is filled with spiritual powers and establishes a relationship with God Almighty. All this discussion about three states boils down into this. In simple words, some men live like animals. Some men, on the other hand, live like angels. Others are in the middle. They try to stay on the right path, but often slip. Generally, it may be argued that most of us are in the middle. We know what is right and we know what is wrong, but often, due to moral weakness or worldly temptations, we make wrong choices. That is why Allah says in the Holy Quran, فَذَكِّرْ إِن نَفَاتِ الذِّكْرَ. Continue to admonish, for admonish always help, so that when we are presented in the court of Allah on the day of judgment, we cannot say to Allah that you should have reminded us about what is right and what is wrong. It is the job of Khalifa to constantly admonish us, particularly through weekly khutbahs, to keep us on the right track. After listening to khutbahs, how many times we feel that we are stepping away from God, but khutbah reminded us what good life is and how we should live it. Dear brethren, by the grace of Allah Ta'ala, Ahmadi Muslims are already being guided by voice of reason for the past 1400 years. Islam, through our beloved master, Holy Prophet Muhammad Mustafa Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, has given us the guiding principles on how to achieve personal peace, social peace, political peace, and world peace. For the past 133 years, starting with the advent of the Imam of the age, the promised Messiah alayhi salam, we are being constantly reminded on how to achieve this everlasting peace on all levels of society, regardless of what is going on around us. And in these unsettling times, there is still only one divine solution that can guide the world out of this darkness and into the light. That, of course, is Khilafat. For the past 19 years, since his election, our beloved Hazur Anwar, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Asal Aziz, has been working tirelessly day in and day out to continue the reformation and moral training of the world, a task which was seeded by the Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and cultivated by Masih Maud Alaihi Salam. This is a trust given to Khalifa of the time by Allah the Almighty, and one that the Khalifa spends his entire life working to fulfill. Just as every mother has innate responsibility and deep anguish in her heart for the upbringing of her children, imagine that the burden on the shoulders of Khalifatul Masih. Not only is Khalifatul Masih Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Asal Aziz concerned with the spiritual well-being of every Ahmadi, but he has been made responsible for every person and every nation in the world. What other leader is there in the world that is praying for every member of his community so personally? In his Friday sermon of June 6, 2014, Khalifatul Masihul Khamis Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Asal Aziz said, and I quote, "It is only the Khalifa of the time who is anxious for Ahmadi children to seek education and is anxious for them to have good health. There is no problem, be it of the Jamaat or the someone's private life, regarding which the Khalifa of the time is not aware, for which he does not make practical efforts and does not turn to God to pray. Is there any other leader in the world who is praying for every country in the world? The so-called superpowers may be concerned with the progress of their own nation and their own people, but is there any leader who is concerned with the progress and well-being of every nation and every individual like Khalifatul Masih is? Our beloved Hazur said, and I quote, "There is no country in the world that I do not go to in my mind before falling asleep, and for whom I do not pray while sleeping and while waking. I am not saying this to count favors. No, this is my duty, and may Allah the Exalted make me perform my duty more than forever." Sayyidina Khalifatul Masih Sani Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu said in Blessings of Khilafat, and I quote, "You have someone who has truly sympathy for you, who truly loves you, who considers your pain and suffering to be his own, and who is always praying to Allah for you. You have someone who is always anxious for your well-being, who puts himself into trouble for your sake, and who prays restlessly before his Lord for the sake of your comfort and peace." My dear brethren, the principal function of Khilafat, therefore, is to look after the spiritual, moral, social, and intellectual welfare of the people. Sayyidina Khalifatul Masih Sani Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu explained it and said, under the Islamic system of government, Khalifa is a separate from state. Under Islamic system, there will be a head of state who will take care of political, social, and economic matters. The system of Khilafat will be parallel structure whose sole job will be the spiritual welfare of people and the guidance to state. Thus we can say that Khalifa serves a crucial function in the affairs of society and state by constantly guiding us and admonishing us about moral and spiritual matters. On societal level, every year, our beloved Hazur Anwar, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Asl Aziz, works tirelessly, delivering sermons, lectures, writing books, and holding personal meetings, all for the purpose of promoting peace and harmony for the benefit of mankind. On an international level, he visits the halls of parliament throughout the world, emphasizing the role of peace, unity, and justice amongst nations. From addressing an individual's request for prayers at a mulaqat to addressing kings and heads of the state who shape the countries we live in, no person is too big or small. Each one is affected by the love, care that Khalifa shares for humanity. Per time, I just present one or two examples of the remarks usually come out from the guests who attend our meetings or where Hazur Anwar explaining the mission and purpose of Ahmadiyya Jamaat. On Hazur trip to Germany in 2016, Hazur laid the foundation for a new mosque in a small town near Frankfurt. After laying the foundation stone, Hazur addressed an audience of local guests, as is often his tradition. During the address, our beloved Hazur presented the true teachings of Islam to the local people and expressed that it is the mission and the purpose of Ahmadiyya Muslim community to serve humanity. After that reception, Mr. Abid Khan had the opportunity to meet some of the local guests and gauge their reaction that what they heard from Khalifatul Masih. A local politician said, "I thought it was amazing that His Holiness takes such interest in even small town like ours. He is world leader, and yet the fact he came here and met us is testament to his humility. His words were like a charter of humanity or a code of peace for mankind." One German lawyer who shared that he had abandoned his personal faith some years before, he said, "I was previously a Christian but became disillusioned and become atheist. But after listening to the address of Khalifa, I feel more hope. If I were to accept a religion again, it would not be Christianity. Rather, the religion I would accept would be Ahmadiyya community. I felt great peace listening to the Khalifa and seeing him." After the Jalsa, Salana, Germany 2016, one special guest who traveled from Malta to Germany to attend this convention, when he was asked about his remarks or feelings after listening Hazur Anwar address, he said, and I quote, "Most people, when they hear the word Islam, they've become scared. And so I just wish we could have fit the entire public of Europe into this hall, so in one sitting all their fears and worries would have been removed. I'm extremely reassured by what I have heard. The Khalifa is fighting the demons that have attacked Islam, and the media should highlight this. But sadly, all they want to do so is sell newspapers, and so they prefer bad news." These personal testimonies run into the thousands. The testimonies that I have shared are only a drop in a vast ocean of personal accounts, and only Allah knows the full impact that Khalifatul Masih is having in the hearts of people who met him. Wherever Khalifatul Masih goes, the world is awakening and recognizing the teaching of Islam Ahmadiyyat and the blessed status of Khilafat, and the tireless work that is being done by our beloved Imam. This is a great divine sign for us. It is manifestation of Surah Al-Nur, verse 56. My dear brethren, it is very important to understand the status of Khilafat and have to attach with Khilafat with sincerity and with total obedience. Because without total obedience, we cannot achieve or we can attain the right blessings of Khilafat or Nabuwat in ourselves. Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad, Khalifatul Masihul Khamis, Ayyadahullah Sa'ala bin Asl Aziz said, "Only those who profess utmost obedience to Khilafat, only those who profess utmost obedience to Khilafat can rightfully claim of having a loyal relationship with it. They safeguard Khilafat. They safeguard Khilafat, and Khilafat safeguards them. The prayers of the Khalifa of the time shall be with them. Their hardships shall draw the heart of the Khalifa of the time to pray for them. Those who truly act upon good deeds are the ones who have a relationship with Khilafat, and Khilafat has a relationship with them solely to attain the pleasure of God Almighty." In the end, I want to mention very important thing for us to understand. The acceptance of prayer is something Allah has honored to His prophets and their successors since time immemorial. The prayers of the prophets are always accepted more than any other person of their time. Since the Ahmadiyya Khilafat is based on the precepts of prophethood, as mentioned by the Holy Prophet ﷺ, then the level at which Allah accepted the prayers of Holy Prophet ﷺ would be transferred to the promised Messiah ﷺ, who was to be devotee, servant of Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. To this effect, Allah the Almighty revealed to promised Messiah ﷺ, "Ujibu kulla du'aika," that I will accept most of your prayers. This is to say that whoever Allah chooses to be his successor, He blesses him with acceptance of most of his prayers, and that is also a sign for his truthfulness. Sayyidina Khalifatul Masih Sani Raziyallahu Anhu says, when Allah the Almighty chooses someone with the position of Khilafat, his prayers are widely accepted by Allah, because if his prayers are not accepted, then it is an insult to his choice. Whichever dua I will offer will inshallah be more powerful than the prayer of any other person's dua. We are in the blessed era of 5th Khalifa of the promised Messiah ﷺ. We hear how people are benefiting from his prayers by writing letters to him for prayers. Why do we then deprive ourselves of this blessing and leave it to only few people of the Jamaat? We heard in the recently held God Summit by the Review of Religions, occasions where people wrote Hazur letters to Hazur for prayers, and through it they were relieved from their distress, which increased their faith in living Allah and give them certainty in the truthness of Khilafat Ahmadiyya. Now, in the end, I just want to repeat the pledge which Hazur given us in 2008 on Jubilee centenaries of Khilafat Ahmadiyya. Hazur Anwar said, forever we have to affirming that, I quote, we shall strive till the last breath to safeguard the institution of Khilafat and its stability, and shall direct our progeny after progeny to always be bonded with Khilafat and be given the blessing of it, so that Khilafat Ahmadiyya continues to go on safe and sound, and the propagation of Islam may go on through Ahmadiyya till the day of judgment, and the flag of Holy Prophet Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam may fly higher and higher than all other flags in the world. O Allah, grant us the capacity to fulfill this pledge. We need to pray regularly for our beloved Imam, for his health, for his security, and for his blessed life, long life. But we should also pray for ourselves, that may Allah Ta'ala give us steadfastness, sincerity, loyalty, and obedience to the institution of Khilafat. And for that we should continue do dua. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da iz hadaytana wa hab lana min ladunka rahma innaka antal wahhab. Our Lord, let not our hearts become perverse after thou hast guided us, and bestow on us mercy from thyself. Surely thou alone art the bestower. Wa akhiru da'wana anil hamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Takbir! Islam Ahmadiyya, Hazrat Muhammad Mustafa, Ghulam Ahmad ki, Khilafat Ahmadiyya, Amir Jamaat Ghana, Jamaat Ahmadiyya Ghana, Nare Takbir!
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. With this powerful and inspirational speech by Maulvi Naim Ahmed Mahmoud Chima, we come to the end of this very opening session, which also marks the beginning of our Juma session. And therefore, the arrangement that has been made is that all of us will remain seated where we are, listen to the sermon of our beloved Imam, and the instruction of the Amir is that each and every member here and wherever you are sitting watching, you must sit and watch the live transmission of Huzur's sermon. Everybody must be part of Huzur's sermon. So all those who are walking around on the veranda and wherever you are, you must be seated in front of a television under the canopy, unless the Khudam who are on duty. And every Khadim who is not on duty at this moment must also participate in the Juma sermon of our beloved Imam. So with this, we wish to thank each and every one of you for remaining patient. Huzur's sermon begins in the next 14 minutes. And so probably if somebody wants to quickly visit the washroom and come, that is allowed. But then, apart from that, everybody must remain seated for all of us to listen attentively to Huzur's sermon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me make this announcement also. After Juma Salat, that is after our local Juma, we're going to have a blood donation exercise. We know that for a very long time, because we have not had Jalsa, we've never been able to donate blood to the National Blood Bank. But within these 2 years, if we tell you the number of Ahmadis who, for various ailments, have had to take blood from the National Blood Bank, we have indeed exhausted every pint of blood that we donated. We've exhausted it and exceeded whatever we've been donating over the previous years. They couldn't have also denied us because we have been partners for all these years. And so even though this is not a full-blown Jalsa, Now, the National Blood Bank is in crisis, and they believe that it is only Ahmadis who have what it takes to help them, no matter how small we can give. So they are here with us. Immediately after Juma, we entreat each and every one of us. If we are tested and you are not strong enough, of course, they will know you are not strong enough to donate. But as much as possible, all of us must try to give the little that we can to continue to save lives, and even for our own benefit, so that Ahmadi brethren who might be in a situation where blood will be needed can easily be supplied or served. We thank each and every one of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Welcome back to the studio as we continue with our live broadcast of Jalsa Salana 2022, and we're very grateful that you are sticking and staying with us and watching from all over the country, everyone joining us, those at the Jalsa Gah here in Accra, and all of you from the community in every region. We are very grateful that you're joining us. So now we're going to quickly read some of the text messages that you have been sending through, and remember that throughout the program, you can be a part of this program by sending in your messages. We have a message from Abdullah Aziz, Senator in Kaswa. May Allah's peace be upon us all. I am sick due to that I'm at home watching the Jalsa Salana Ghana. I am happy more than the day I was born. I don't know what to say. Thank you. We pray that you get a speedy recovery.
And this one is coming from Jahan Fu, who says that Assalamu alaikum, brethren, Jalsa Salana Mubarak to you all.
From Charles.
And he is from Salaga.
Salaga, yes.
Yeah.
And this from Charles Razak Seshu Juaboso.
Juaboso.
Seshi Juaboso. I am watching live from Seshi Juaboso. May Allah continue to shower his blessings upon Jamaat. Jazakallah.
And the next one is coming from Jibril Bedu from Takrazi. He says that Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. We are witnessing and experiencing the 89th Jalsa Salana from the Tanokro Mosque in the Takradi zone. May Allah bless us all and make this a point of transformation for all of us. Amen.
Our next message, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We are enjoying it from Wa very well. 4 big centers in Wa City here, precisely Dobile Imam Salim Mox, Molvi Ifa Abdul from Wahab Musa. So we have people joining us from my own region.
Exactly.
Baraka jang na baraka ye jimbunganka jalsanga kenye jalsanga tonato tupuhe ja baraka.
Yeah, and this one is coming from Mualim Latif Jesse from the Wasa Amenfis Circuit, and he says that Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are watching Jalsa from Asankragwa Takwa Zone. May Allah make this Jalsa Salana a great transformation for us and accept our humble supplications.
The Jalsa has indeed started on a very strong note with the 2 speeches we've heard from our beloved Amir as well as Molvi Chima. Amir talked very passionately about the responsibility of Muslims to uphold Islam. And he says that the biggest disservice that is being done to the religion of Islam is from Muslims. And he did cite that painful example of what happened in northern Nigeria when a young lady was lynched, all in the name of abusing the Prophet. And that is one of the reasons why Islam Ahmadiyya has come and sanitize Islam and sack all of these barbaric acts, that you do not use the name of Allah to commit murder and all forms of heinous crimes and think that you are serving that same Allah. No, it is arrogance, and you are be misled, and this is not the religion that we know. So Islam Ahmadiyya continue to say love for all, hatred for none. And of course, Maulvi Chima also gave us a very powerful speech about the role of Khilafat in our time, and we are really blessed that those of us who are finding ourselves in Islam Ahmadiyya, that we are amongst the chosen of this generation. Sorry.
Yeah, and the fact that, I mean, some groupings like the violent extremist groups who are hiding behind Islam and then perpetrating all those kind of heinous crime just to advance their own political cause. I think Amir Saab also made that very point very distinct, that we are supposed to actually hold the banner of Islam Ahmadiyya very stronger than before in order to be able to, I mean, continue to establish that Khilafat that today we are talking about. And you know, today is Friday, and very soon I'm sure we'll be heading towards...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, we'll be doing that shortly. So we'll go take a Nazim. After that, we'll cut into the live broadcast of Huzur's sermon. Thank you very much for joining us. Our broadcast will continue right after the Friday sermon and prayers indeed.
خلافت کے بنا اپنا نہیں کچھ بھی گزارا ہے، یہی ظلمات بحر و بر میں ایک اپنا سہارا ہے، خلافت کے بنا اپنا نہیں کچھ بھی گزارا ہے، یہی ظلمات بحر و بر میں ایک اپنا سہارا ہے، کوئی ایسا بھی ہے جو دوسروں کے درد میں جاگے، کوئی ایسا بھی ہے جو دوسروں کے درد میں جاگے، یقیناً ایک بندہ ہے خلیفہ وہ ہمارا ہے، یقیناً ایک بندہ ہے خلیفہ وہ ہمارا ہے، چلے وہ داشت و صحرا میں تو ان میں پھول کھل اٹھے، چلے وہ داشت و صحرا میں تو ان میں پھول کھل اٹھے، وہی ہے جس نے ہر بگڑی ہوئی شے کو سنوارا ہے، وہی ہے جس نے ہر بگڑی ہوئی شے کو سنوارا ہے، خلافت کے بنا اپنا نہیں کچھ بھی گزارا ہے، یہی ظلمات بحر و بر میں ایک اپنا سہارا ہے اس رخ پر فدا قاہر وہ جس کا نور ربانی ہے، اس رخ پر فدا قاہر ہے جس کا نور ربانی، خدا کو دیکھنا چاہو تو اس کا یہ نظارہ ہے، خدا کو دیکھنا چاہو تو اس کا یہ نظارہ ہے، خلافت کے بنا اپنا نہیں کچھ بھی گزارا ہے، یہی ظلمات بحر و بر میں ایک اپنا سہارا ہے، यही जुल्मात बहरोबर में एक अपना सहारा है।
We've had some messages coming in, so I think we should also continue to read them. Assalamu alaikum. This has been really successful than I thought. May Allah continue to bless Jamaat Ahmadiyya, Khalifa Ahmadiyya Zindaba, Khilafat Ahmadiyya Zindaba. Hafiz Abdul Qadir, Pramso District, Ashanti region.
Yeah, and the next one is, it says that Alhamdulillah for able to witness this virtual Jalsa Salana Ghana. May Allah make it a blessing for us. And this is coming from Farida Talat Boatin, New Ibrahim. I'm sure you want to say in Koko, but you made it in Kwakwa zone. So we can
Okay, we have Mualim Abdul Aziz Inkum from Inzama Circuit. So he says, Assalamu alaikum. We are watching you from Takrady zone. May Allah make this Jalsa Salana a great transformation for us and accept our humble supplications. Takrady, they speak Tree, right?
Fancy.
Fancy. Oh, yes. I can speak Tree. Nti yedamwase be say mo hweyen e wa Ghana mani bebre obi a mo hweyen fri Kumasi Takrady wa yedamwase say mo hwe MT na mo so mo hwe Jalsa nyame hyremu nyina. But said you speak Fancy, right?
No, Fancy kakra nti oba na mana ye de for no ya ka che chemu nyina ya mamo assalamu alaikum baby bia obi a hwe Jalsa Salana free MTA Studios ewo Accra. Now the next message is coming from Mualim Abdul Ghaffar Esuman Techimentia. He says that Ahmadiyya Zindaba, quoting our Amir Sahib, had God permitted the worship of anyone other than himself, he would have enjoyed that you should worship parents too. For figuratively speaking, they are also sustainers. No doubt the true concept of a son is seen in Ahmadiyya.
Yes, so you can also keep your messages coming. We frequently roll the numbers on the screen so that you are a part of this. This is the first day, day one of Jalsa Salana. Tomorrow, we continue. It's just a 2-day program, so we are entreating you just as how you've made time to watch us today. Please do make time to watch us tomorrow. We are going very soon to the Jalsa Ga. We know that there's great activity going. Jalsa is officially ended for today, but people are having lunch and, you know, there's interaction. People are catching up. People who haven't seen themselves for quite a while. That's also the thing about Jalsa. It's a time for spiritual reunion. It's also a time for family reunion. But before we go to the Jalsa Ga, though, we're going to take a brief, we're going to have a documentary play, and then from there we see what is happening at the Jalsa grounds.
Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Sunyani sayo मैं आया जहान विच सुनिया ने सयो.
The advent of the promised Messiah alayhi salam was prophesied to take place at a time when the world was to go through major changes. The world was transforming materialistically, but at the same time, a great spiritual revolution was in the making. 1835. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam, born in Qadian to Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Murtaza and Hazrat Chirag Bibi. He is born a twin sister. Jannat Bibi is born shortly before him and dies a few days later. His birth fulfills the prophecy of Hazrat Ibn Arabi rahimahullah ta'ala about the Mahdi being born a twin. 1864. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam receives a government post as a reader at the Sialkot court by his father. He maintains an exemplary character throughout his time there and regularly engages in religious dialogue with Christian missionaries. 1876. His father, Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Murtaza, passes away. Upon his demise, Allah the Almighty consoles him, revealing, "Is not Allah sufficient for his servant?" He engraves this revelation onto a ring, which he wears regularly. 1880. The Promised Messiah alayhi salam publishes parts 1 and 2 of Brahine Ahmadiyya. It is received with outstanding praise and is hailed as a masterpiece. It is this book which is to be instrumental in revitalizing Islam in the latter days, in accordance with the grand prophecy of the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. 1882. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam receives revelations from God Almighty, which declares him Mujaddid, or reformer of the latter days. It is published in Brahine Ahmadiyya, Part 3. The words of the revelation are as follows. Allah bless thee, O Ahmad. It was not thou who didst throw, but it was Allah who did throw. The Most Gracious One has taught thee the Quran so that thou shouldst warn the people whose ancestors have not been warned, and that the way of the guilty ones might become manifest. Proclaim, I have been commissioned, and I am the first of the believers. 1883. Construction of Masjid Mubarak in Qadian is completed. 1884. He marries Hazrat Sayyida Nusrat Jahan Begum Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anha, daughter of Hazrat Mir Nasir Nawab Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, in Delhi. This marriage is a fulfillment of the prophecy of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, in which he stated that the Messiah would marry and have children. The birth of each of his children from Hazrat Ammajan is foretold by divine revelation. On February the 20th, 1886, the prophecy about Muslim Maud, the promised reformer, is published. God Almighty foretells the birth of an extraordinary son who will be endowed with heavenly attributes. That son will be a sign of the mercy and glory of God the Exalted, and through him, Islam will progress throughout the world. This prophecy is later fulfilled in the person of Hazrat Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad, Khalifatul Masih II, Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu. December the 1st, 1888. Sabz Ishtihar. He publishes an announcement, Haqqani Takrir Bar Waqia Wafate Bashir, clarifying that the prophecy of the promised son would be fulfilled within a period of 9 years. He also announces that God has commanded him to establish a Jamaat and begin taking Bayat, the Pledge of Allegiance. This announcement came to be known as Sabz Ishtihar, the green announcement, because it was originally published on green paper. March the 23rd, 1889. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam establishes Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, takes the first Bayat in Ludhiana. 40 people pledge allegiance to him, and the foundation of Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat is thus laid. The establishment of this community of the latter days is a fulfillment of the prophecies of the Holy Quran and the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. This Jamaat is to bring about the final victory of Islam throughout the world. And on the 12th of January, announces the 10 conditions of the Bayat and the birth of his promised son, Hazrat Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu, Muslim Maud. 1891. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam announces death of Jesus alayhi salam on the basis of divine revelations and declares that he is the promised Messiah. The words of the revelations are, Messiah, Son of Mary, Messenger of Allah, has died and you have come in his spirit. December 27th, the first Jalsa Salana. held in Qadian, and 75 members of the Jamaat attend. The promised Messiah alayhi salam announces that there will be a 3-day convention every year from December 27 to 29. 1893. The birth of his son, Hazrat Mirza Bashir Ahmad Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu. March 21st, 1894. Lunar eclipse on the 13th of Ramadan, a sign for the Mahdi, and on the 6th of April, solar eclipse on the 28th of Ramadan. The Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam prophesied that the lunar and solar eclipse in the month of Ramadan would be a sign of the Mahdi's advent. This natural phenomenon occurred exactly as the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had foretold, signaling the appearance of the Imam Mahdi. 1896, December 27 to 29. The philosophy of the teachings of Islam, the Conference of World Religions, takes place in Lahore, where the promised Messiah alayhi salam presents a masterful essay, The Philosophy of the Teachings of Islam. He is foretold prior to the conference. The paper has been declared supreme. Events unfold exactly according to this divine decree. June of 1899. The promised Messiah alayhi salam is photographed for the first time. 3 pictures are taken in total. A full-sized photo and 2 photos with his companions. And on the 14th of June, the birth of his son, Hazrat Mirza Mubarak Ahmad Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu. April the 11th, 1900. Khutbah Ilhamia. At the occasion of Eid al-Adha, the promised Messiah delivers a sermon in Arabic, which is directly a revelation from God Almighty. It is later published in book form as Khutbah Ilhamia, the revealed sermon. And on June the 7th, prohibition of jihad by the sword, publishing a leaflet containing a poem of 55 lines declaring that jihad with the sword is no longer applicable. 1901. Hazrat Maulvi Abdur Rahman Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu of Kabul is martyred. This is the first martyrdom in Jamaat Ahmadiyya. November the 20th. The phonograph is brought to Qadian, and the promised Messiah alayhi salam writes a poem which is recorded and replayed to the Hindus as a form of tabligh. And the promised Messiah alayhi salam issues a challenge to John Alexander Dowie, an Australian-American evangelist and an enemy of Islam. The challenge states that both the promised Messiah alayhi salam and Dowie should pray to God that of us two, whoever is the liar may perish first. March the 13th, 1903. Foundation for Minarat al-Masih is laid. The minaret is to be built in order to literally fulfill a prophecy of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, that the Messiah would descend next to a white minaret. Metaphorically, the prophecy means that in his time, the truth of Islam would tower above all other faiths. And on the 14th of July, martyrdom of Hazrat Sahibzada Abdul Latif in Kabul, Afghanistan. The 3rd of September 1904, the promised Messiah alayhi salam publishes Lecture Lahore and Lecture Sialkot, containing a comparative study of Islam, Hinduism and Christianity. The 5th of December, the will. The promised Messiah alayhi salam discloses to the Jamaat in Al-Wasiyat that his demise is near, and establishes the system of Wasiyat in Bahishti Maqbara and forms Sadr Anjuman Ahmadiyya. 1906. a department of religious studies within Madrasa Ta'limul Islam. The purpose of this is to produce true scholars of faith in the Jamaat. This department grows into Madrasa Ahmadiyya and then becomes Jamia Ahmadiyya, an institution of religious education with branches all over the world. On the 9th of March, 1907, death of John Alexander Dowie. Dowie's death fulfills the prophecy of the promised Messiah alayhi salam, that Dowie will depart from this world with great sorrow and pain during my lifetime. 1908. The promised Messiah alayhi salam embarks on his final journey from Qadian to Lahore, and on the 20th of May, the promised Messiah alayhi salam receives a revelation about his demise. It is time to march. Again, it is time to march, and death is near. He has been receiving revelations regarding his imminent demise with great force for the past 3 years. On the 25th of May, during his travels to Lahore, Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salam wrote his last book entitled Paigham-e-Sulh, or Message of Reconciliation. This book was addressed to Hindus and Muslims to patch up their quarrels and sign a formal pact to tolerate one another and enjoy the benefits of unity and peace. He said, mutual respect could bring the people closer. On the 26th of May, the promised Messiah alayhi salam passes away at approximately 10:30 a.m. His final words are, "O Allah, O my beloved Allah, O Allah, O my beloved Allah, O Allah, O my beloved Allah." And on the 27th of May, the establishment of Khilafat. Hazrat Maulana Hakim Nuruddin is appointed Khalifatul Masih I as the first successor of the promised Messiah alayhi salam. And the Janazah prayer is led by Khalifatul Masih I Raziyallahu Ta'ala Anhu. The promised Messiah's blessed body was brought back from Lahore to Qadian to be laid to rest in Bahishti Maqbara. On this day, Khilafat Ahmadiyya was established. It is a blessing that will remain with the Jamaat till the end of time.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You are still watching the live broadcast of Jalsa Salana Ghana 2022. And today is also Khilafat Day, so we are celebrating the 2 days as well as Jummah. So it is triple blessings for all of us participating and for all of you watching. So it's very exciting for us today. And we are continuing with our live broadcast here, Wahab Adam Studio MTA. And I'm just going to have a conversation with some 3 gentlemen that we are very excited to have. Now, if you go to any ceremony, any event by the Jamaat, any ceremony by the Jamaat, you would realize that there are a number of people who are dressed in a very wonderful way. They are very distinctive in the way they are dressed. And Very soon we are going to introduce you to them, but we'll go for a short nazim and we'll come back and introduce our guests for today. So just stay with us, it's going to be exciting. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the live broadcast of Jalsa Salana 2022 here in Accra, Ghana. Bustan Ahmed, and we're bringing you the live coverage of this Jalsa. It's been 2 years since we've been able to do this, and this year we are doing a hybrid form. So some of you are joining us from all around the country, all the regions, and we also know that many of you are also watching around the world. Thank you very much. Today is triple blessings. It's Jalsa Day for us here in Ghana, but we're also celebrating Khilafat, and we're also marking Juma. So it's been very intense so far. We had our morning session. We went to listen to Huzuru's sermon, and we also listened to the Amir of Ghana's sermon. And now we are back to the studio to continue our conversations. And I'm very excited with this next conversation we're going to have, because they represent, I would say the spine, the backbone of Ahmadiyya around the world and here in Ghana. Every occasion that you go to, you see these gentlemen, strong, disciplined, moving about in their distinctive kind of dressing, black and white. Well, they are the Hudam Ahmadiyya, and in my studio today, I have no less a person than the Sadr himself, who has not come alone, but he's come with a knife Sadr of the northern sector, the knife Sadr of the southern sector. So Sadr, welcome to MTA Studios for our live broadcast of Jalsa Salana.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you look, that you've been very working hard. Are you tired or you're excited? Which one?
I think it's a mixed feeling. We are working, and at the same time, we are very much happy that for a very long time, we have been longing for this experience.
Yes.
For 2 years now, we've not been able to have our Jalsa. Yes. And alhamdulillah, things are now okay for us to have it. And once again, Jalsa always comes with that kind of blessing, with that kind of happiness, and the entire majlis, everyone is seen working, and that is the most important thing, and they are the parts and tenets of why we are members of the Majlis Ahmadiyya.
I'll go to our Naib Sadr for the northern sector. Hanif, how is it? How is it feeling like finally, having to do Jalsa this year?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. I'm grateful for having me. Again, as my Sadr said, it's a mixed feeling, but it's more exciting, particularly because we're beginning to forget a bit of the feeling. It's something we do annually. Yeah. And for the last 2 years, we've not had it.
Yes.
So we've longed for it. So we are putting in our all to have the full feeling of Jalsa Salana. Yeah. So it's as exciting as usual, but also tiring.
But someone will say nothing can really beat the Jalsa that we have when the whole Ummah are able to congregate, about 40,000 of us, in one grounds. But we are trying. We are warming up to that, inshallah, next year. We also have the Naib Sadr for the southern sector. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and how did the South prepare to host this particular Jalsa? Because we are doing it here in Accra and everyone else is watching us.
Yeah, so just as the instruction went, that those zones who are closer to the headquarters should have it, whilst we also have centers across the southern sector. We have centers across the southern sector that are, joining through virtual. And like you said, we've been longing for it. So even though they are far away, but we are close as ever. And the feeling is great.
The feeling is great. Okay, so let me go back to the head who heads the entire, Hudam Ahmadiyya in Ghana. He's the Sadr of us all. He's like our president. First of all, what does Hudam mean to Islam Ahmadiyya?
When we talk about Hudam,
one of the main purposes of life.
It means servants to thy gracious God. And the Majlis Ahmadiyya was established by the second Khalifa, Hazrat Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmed radiallahu anhu, in 1938. And the core objectives of the Majlis is to instill in us the love of Allah and the love of the Holy Prophets, and to sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and to strive for our welfare. So basically, that has been our motivation that has been what we always seek to champion. So, for instance, as we have come here to this Jalsa, every aspect of the preparation is centered on the Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya. If the Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya fails the Jamaat, it means that there isn't any success in this Jalsa. So, talking of preparation of the grounds, talking of when people come, the feeding arrangement, kitchen, every aspect of the work we find at Jalsa ground is being manned, and the Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya are very integral in the preparation of all the Jalsas we have in this country.
Interesting. So I was right to say that we are even supposed to be the backbone of the community.
Exactly.
Let me go to you, Hanif. What can you take us through a bit of the structure? How are we structured in the Majlis Qudam?
So the Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya, as it is an integral part of Jamaat Ahmadiyya, flows from our beloved Khalifatul Masih, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasrihil Aziz. We take directions directly from the Khalifa through the Sadr to the rest of the youth. So the Sadr is the head of all the youth in the country, and he has an executive body, which we are part of. The Naib Sadr, which is the vice, we deputize him, and he has put us into 3 sectors with an administrative officer under him. Then in every zone or region, he also has lieutenants who are manning the youth there, and down to the district and down to the local before you get to the members. So we have that structure down. Now they all report up the structure till the Sadr reports to our beloved Khalifa. And then when our beloved Khalifa has a message to us, he writes to the Sadr directly, or he communicates through the Amir to all Jamaat members. But when it's targeted at the youth, he writes directly to our beloved Sadr, and he communicates to all of us, and we abide by whatever the Khalifatul Masih has directed that we do. So that is a brief of the structure.
So it's really a very, very organized structure that makes, administration very, very well. And I guess that's one of the distinguishing features of Islam Ahmadiyya and Khilafat, that we're supposed to be an organized faith, and that someone can stand somewhere and just do whatever he wills, but has to go according to the instructions that come from the Khalifa of the time. Let me go to you, Naib Sadr, Southern Sector. So tell me in practicality how things work. So for example, if we're supposed to organize Jalsa, what are some of the things that we do? When Sadr gives the instructions, how do you get members to come involved? Or how do you disseminate the information and organize people, the youth, to work?
Okay, so like Naib Sadr, Northern Sector said, when the information comes, Sadr gives us clear policy. This is what I want you to do. So then it is now up to us. We look at how do we make the job that Sadr has, assigned to us. How do we do it? So we also have members under us. So based on the job that we have at hand, we look at how we are going to mobilize our Qudam to ensure that we do that particular work. So once we do that, we do the mobilization, get the numbers, and then once we are done, we report back to Sadr that this job, these are the areas that we are going to have our numbers come and do the work. And he looks at it, and if there are any shortfalls, he asks us to go back and then work on it. We get up to perfection, then we hit the ground working.
To add a little to what he said, the Majlis is well structured. Like Naib Sadr Northern Sector said, we have the Qaidins who are the heads within the zones. That is the highest categories. After that, we under the zones we have circuits, and under circuits too we have heads who are manning the circuit. So, for instance, if an information is coming from the Sadr to the Naib Sadran that I want this job to be done, I need this number of Qudam to be at this place, the Naib Sadr will call the Qaidins who are manning the zones that these are instructions coming from the Sadr, and we want you to do this job, A or B. So, for instance, under the zonal head, he's also having circuits within under his jurisdictions. So he called the circuit Qaidins, right? After calling the circuit Qaidins, he can tell circuit Qaidin A that I need 20 Qudam, circuit Qaidin B, I need 40 Qudam, circuit Qaidin C, I need 15 Qudam to be able to do this job. So it's decentralized, and once an instruction is coming from the Sadr, he then relates to the Naib Sadr, he also relates to the Qaidins, and the job at hand that the Sadr needs will be done perfectly well.
Military discipline, I
Exactly.
must say. Naib, Northern Sector, how are the Khuddam supposed to, because you're supposed to maintain order, law, discipline, for example, at Jalsa, how are you supposed to relate to the larger members of the community who come, the children, the women, the elderly, and how are they also supposed to relate to you? How do you manage that kind of relationship? Because sometimes you're telling people to park here and they don't understand. How are you supposed to manage such relationships?
Yes, there are multiple ways by which we train our people to manage the human beings. We are working with human beings. Now, first of all, we let them understand that the teachings of Islam and the directives of our beloved Khalifa must be on top of their minds all the time. Our Khalifa makes us understand that these are guests of the Prophet alayhi salam who have come to the Jalsa for the purpose of blessings. So we ought to treat them as guests. And when you have a guest, you ought to treat him with respect. Hence, we've always told the young men that no matter how provoked you are, you ought not to lose your temper. In event you have gotten to the topmost of your patience, report to the next in command, because it is not for you to take action. We do not encourage exchange of fisticuffs. No, we don't do that here. So, first of all, we treat people as the Khalifa has taught us. Secondly, we refer to chain of command when there is a situation that is beyond our control. But thirdly, we usually appeal to the conscience of the people that for whatever purpose you have come here, you do not need to create a challenge for us because we are here to serve you. As the Sadr has said, we are servants. So we always remind them that we are not here to serve ourselves. We are at your service. However, there are rules and regulations that the Amir, the Afsar Jalsa Salana, and all the leadership has laid down for which we have to follow. So we are usually here at their service. So the important thing is chain of command, and we do orientation days before the day of the Jalsa Salana for our youth or our people to know the chain of command and how to deal with security threats and how to deal with difficult people. We actually work on this before we get to the day, so they know how to handle every scenario that arises, inshallah.
I think that we've had some really very insightful discussion on the structure, of the Majlis Khuddam, and I want us to go into some bit of more substance, that pertains directly to the faith. And I'm sure that Sadr, we are very, very happy with the message of Amir today, because he was really speaking directly to the youth. What do you make of his charge for us to act now while we are young in service to Allah, in service to the Khalifa of the time?
Well, the current dispensation, currently we have seen the youth and their lifestyle characterized with materialism, and that is what is affecting us. And so the message of our elderly, the message of Khilafat has always been that if we truly want to have a very successful life, we can never forsake Khilafat. And when we talk of Khilafat, it's being obedient to Allah and to His Khulafa and to those who are put in authority before us. So just like Amir had indicated in his khutbah, if we truly want to be very successful, then we need to pledge our allegiance to Allah. We need to make sure that whatever we are doing, is it pleasing to Allah? Every step that we take as humans, as the youth, let us ask ourselves, are we right? Are we on the right path? If we find ourselves that we are not, doing what is right and by the dictates of the Khalifa, then we need to rethink and reconsider that path that we are taking. So the message has been very clear to us. If we, just like the second Khalifa, the motto of this Majlis is nations cannot be reformed without the reformation of the youth. So if we want to see every nation very prosperous and be successful, it dwells on the youth. And so, just like the second Khalifa has said, no nation can be reformed if the youth are still in their bad faith. No nation can ever be reformed. So it behoves on us as youth, if we really want the better future for ourselves and our future generations, then it behoves on us to lead the right path and to make others follow or emulate whatever we are doing.
So I think I was asked this question. I was going to ask at the end. I mean, if you were a saddler in northern Nigeria, witnessing what happened that Amir referenced today, when the youth who are supposed to, hold and reform the nation were the ones chasing down a young, innocent lady to lynch in the name of protecting the name of the Holy Prophet Muhammad Rasulullah, what would you have told them?
We've always been, very peaceful as far as this Jamaat is concerned. I would say that it can't happen in Ahmadiyya because we follow the Khalifat, right? It is Khilafat that binds the community. So it can't ever happen that a lady, for some reasons, may cast a slur on the reputation of the Holy Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We have no right whatsoever to lynch that person because it's against Islam. So, for instance, if such happenings had gone on in our time, and we are more or less living in a Muslim community, we can only advise the woman or the lady who had done that. But to take the law in our own hands, it is not our practice. And we'll vehemently speak against any such of, those acts if the youth are agitated and would want to do that. Unless, of course, it's not within the Ahmadiyya community. But if it happens within the Ahmadiyya community, the agitation wouldn't even arise, let alone going to lynch that person.
I'm being told actually by our movies that there's actually no punishments for blasphemy, in Islam, in the Quran. So whatever you see in there really is not the teachings of Islam. And for southern sector, in all your life, being, an Ahmadi, a young person, has there never been any occasion where the youth have mobilized, maybe demonstrate or to retaliate, because some people did something? Has there been anything like that?
Never.
Never.
The kind of teachings that we get in the Jamaat, it is practically impossible. And anywhere you go and you exhibit that kind of negative character, and you say that you're an Ahmadi, nobody will believe you. I've always said that currently, if you are looking for a particular group of people who are unique in everything that they do, it is Ahmadiyya. And why do we have that blessing? It is just because of the Khilafat.
What do you think that we, blessed to be in Islam, Ahmadiyya, can do to wrestle the true image of Islam away from what is being portrayed by other youth around some part of the world? What can we do to make people know that, no, this is not the Islam that Muhammad Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam brought to mankind?
We, like this very program that we are having, we are trying to appeal to the conscience of people. Islam itself stands for peace. So to do anything which is violence, and then you say that you are doing it in the name of Islam, clearly you don't understand what you are doing. So I think that such programs, we need to have such programs more their best. We appeal to the conscience of the youth, and we pray, because sometimes you do a lot of talking, but people tend not to listen to the message. So we pray that Allah, intervene in these issues and then soften the heart of people so that the message that we are preaching, it will touch them and they can join the program.
So just add a comment that he's a member of parliament.
Okay.
He was fortunate to be part of the last Jalsa we had before the COVID came in.
Okay.
When he was given the chance to speak to the gathering, these were, I would want to paraphrase. He said that he didn't know, he's a Muslim himself. He didn't know, ever since he didn't know, after coming here, he didn't know that Muslims were that organized. Upon seeing the way we were disciplined, everyone being given food, and you wouldn't hear any noise. Everything was very peaceful. He stood up, and the comments he made was, he didn't know, he never knew that Muslims were that organized after having stepped foot here at this gathering. It tells us how beautiful and how blessed it is to be an Ahmadi and to be part of these kind of jalsas.
Sadr, I mean, I find this interesting, Naib Sadr. It's a compliment, but it's also a cause of reflection. And we get that a lot, that, oh, you Ahmadis, you don't act like Muslims, you know. What do people mean when they make that statement? That is it because there's a particular tag that has been put on how Muslims behave in our community, so much so that when people interact with Ahmadis, you don't act like Muslims? What does that mean to you?
So it's obvious, like you said, there's a stereotype against Islam, but I do not blame them. That is how history develops. And the history of religion has always been like that. Christianity has suffered its bit of that, and now it is the turn of Islam. But the reason why I don't blame them is I think it is on us to change the narrative. Now, I've always said that we do not do enough as Ahmadis to let people understand the source of our character. We ought to let people know that the source of our character and the fountainhead of all our good behavior is from Khilafat. I have always tried to demonstrate that to the circle of friends I have, that the principles I tend to hold and the examples I tend to show are because I have been told by my leader, the Khalifa, to do it that way. Now, when people know that, they will know that it's a conscious effort to be like that. It's not by accident, so that they don't tell me you are not behaving like a Muslim. So when they know it is a design by which I'm behaving the way I'm doing, then they know Islam actually is well designed to inculcate a character of peace in us as youth. So what I would say is that I've heard that many times where a friend told me that you are too good to be a Muslim. I have never forgotten. In 2007, a lady friend told me, honey, if you are too good to be a Muslim. I said, don't say this. I'm not even worthy to be a Muslim yet. I'm striving to be a good Muslim. She said, what did that mean? I said, the teachings of the Holy Quran and my religious spiritual leader are so good that I'm still trying to emulate them fully. So that is what I'm expected to do. It's not by accident. So we need to let people understand that our character and the things we do are not by accident. They are by design, by revelation of Allah, by the guidance of our Khalifa, that we are what we are. And they will embrace Islam.
Now, since you are from the northern sector, you have to help me do the song, lest I butcher it. You know, it's a song that I love so much, and it speaks to a fundamental ethos of who we are as, you know, Ahmadi Muslims. Timanche ne banfora, chekanyiri tinadi, amanche ne bantura, chekanyiri tinadi, nanguna tuntuna poturbo, kanyiri la timandi alamalindi. Abaha kananguna wasunte. Can you please translate for our viewers? Maybe Sado doesn't understand what I said, but you've heard the song about us, so he knows. Yes.
And the theme of the song is that we have never given up on peace and patience. We have always been resilient, even in the face of provocation. But at the end of the day, Allah always comes to our aid, and we are victorious and successful. So we've never given up on being patient and peaceful at every provocation.
Sadr, I would like to end with your vision for the Majlis. I know you've been in office for a while now. You've toured the country trying to rally the youth around a particular cause. When you leave, what do you want to have achieved and achieved so badly?
Like you rightly said, in all of my tours, I've been able to, I'm fortunate to have visited almost the entire country. We've visited every zone, every circuit, every local. And the primary message that I've been carrying along is on Salat. If the youth instill in them Salat, and when I'm talking about Salat, I'm talking about congregational prayer. I always ask people that why do we build mosques? If it's left for Salat, we all have prayer mat at our homes. We all have houses. We all have homes. We can pray in our homes. But why do we have the mosque? The mosque is a symbolic something to tell us that we all need to converge in the mosque to pray. And that is the essence. So we have to put more importance on congregational prayer. When we read the Holy Quran, Allah tells us, Inna Allah yuhibbul ladhina yuqatiluna fi sabilihi Safan ka'annahum bunyadun marsus. That Allah loves those who fight in His cause arrayed in solid ranks. He loves those who come together to pray in congregational prayer. That is another meaning of that verse. So the message, if we try to instill in ourselves, the youth, prayer, believe you me, we will be able to find the success that we are all yearning for in Islam. That a time is coming. All other religions, whether they like it or not, they are going to say, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. And it behoves on us as youth to establish Salat, to be able to witness this victory. So that has been the message I've been carrying along, and I always would want to emphasize that whatever aspects, field of life that we find ourselves in, your job, everything, if we want to be successful in it, we have to establish Salat. And when I'm talking about Salat, I'm talking about congregational prayer.
May Allah soften our hearts and strengthen our limbs, that we would continue to give our best for the faith, execute our responsibilities diligently, and may He guide and protect you, our sadrs, our leaders, that you would lead us well, so that we can dedicate ourselves, to the service of Islam Ahmadiyya, to the service of humanity, to the service of Allah. Thank you very much, Sadr. Thank you very much, Naib, Sadr Northern Sector, Naib, Sadr Southern Sector. I think that this has been a very powerful, inspiring session, and we are very grateful for all your work, and we pray for more strength that we will continue to work so that Ahmadiyya will continue to rise. It wouldn't be a Hudam gathering if I don't say, Nare Takbir!
Allahu Akbar.
Thank you very much for joining us for this session, and I'm very excited to announce that the Amir himself will be joining us, and we're going to have an exclusive interview with him. We also have the review of religions coming through, for a special program, and then we will wrap up our broadcast for the Jalsa Salana 2022. For today, of course, tomorrow we are coming back for the second and the final day, and we expect you to stay with us wherever you are. You can watch us online, you can watch us in groups around your regional centers, you can watch us on ITV, on Gaskia TV, everywhere that we can bring you this message, we will continue to bring you this message. So we'll take a short break and Azam, and then we'll come back into the studio for our regular interviews.
Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We welcome you back to the studios of MTA Ghana, and want to thank our two presenters out there from the Jalsa Ghana. We've had a very wonderful day, and we call it the Triple Blessing Day because today is Friday. As well, we are celebrating the Khilafat Day, and for close to 2 years, we've not had our annual convention, and so by God's grace, today we had it through virtual, as well as some members gathering at Bustan Ahmed. And so this is a hybrid session of the 89th Jalsa Salana of Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission Ghana. And it was under the theme, Khilafat Ahmadiyyat, a tool for authentic Islamic revival. And we cannot complete this session without having an exclusive with the leadership of the Ghana Jamaat. And in the studios, we have Al-Hajj Maulana Nur Mohammed bin Salih, who is the Amir and missionary in charge of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission here in Ghana. And I have my co-presenter here, Movi Ajiman Jesse, who is going to help me for us to interact with our leadership. And as we have indicated, it is about the Khilafat. It is about leadership, it is about obedience, it is about working to sustain the momentum of virtue within society. Amir Saab, you are welcome to the studios.
Thank you. Yes. So, Jazakumullah Alexa for that wonderful introduction. Well, Amir Saab, respected Amir Saab, in fact, we are glad to have you here on the show today. And Amir Saab, looking at the theme of this year's Jalsa and also looking at this very blessed day, it is only, enough for us to discuss the topic, the importance of Khilafat, which is also the topic for our discussion today. So, right from the beginning, respected Amir Saab, we would want to know what the institution of Khilafat is all about.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The institution of Khilafat is very necessary. It is as necessary as the institution of prophethood itself is very necessary. Khilafat is that institution which emerges out of prophethood. The prophet comes, he disseminates the message, he gets the message established, but as mortals, every prophet who comes will die and have died. Therefore, as mortal, whatever he has come to present to the world and plant it on the surface of the earth, that plant needs watering, it needs nurturing, because the lifespan of a human being compared to that of a tree, they are not the same. And no human being can outlive the mission or institution that you have started. For an institution to be able to run after its original setting depends of the kind of caretakership that has been provided for that institution. Therefore, after prophethood, when a prophet is passed on, the institution of Khilafah is what takes over the duties of propagating and nourishing, nursing and nourishing the tender plants that the prophet comes to plant in this world. The message that he has left behind, the edifice that he has constructed, and what have you, and everything else, somebody must be there as a caretaker to ensure that that system endures. Otherwise, immediately after the prophet, the message that he brought will also go along with him into the grave. But Allah Ta'ala has put in this system since time immemorial, and we're very much aware that after Rasul Kareem Muhammad Mustafa Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the Islamic institution of Khilafah was established. He himself was the one who appointed the very first Khalifa, and therefore set the pace for the election or appointment of subsequent Khalifas, Khulafa. Under that system, which started after his demise, we had 4 Khulafa, successors to the Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who are referred to as the Khulafa Rashidin, the rightly guided, pious Khulafa. So it is a system that is spiritual. It has been established universally, and it is a very necessary ingredient for the sustenance of the message of each and every prophet who has come into this world. It is through Khilafat that the mission of the prophet continues to be nurtured. It is through Khilafat that the community that the prophet leaves behind remains knit together and active. It is through Khilafah that the faith that the prophet has brought and introduced to the world is further enhanced, and a lot more people come to benefit a lot more from that faith. It is through Khilafah that unity is established among people of one and the same faith, and brotherhood is established. And it is through Khilafah that the whole edifice of humanity, picking from prophethood, is established.
Because without Khilafah, like I said earlier, the real purpose for which the Prophet comes to naught. Because he's immortal and he's dead, which means that he takes away whatever he came to do in this world. But Khilafat ensures that that message endures.
One would want to ask how important it is to pledge allegiance to the Khalifa, and if you have pledged allegiance to the promised Messiah. So in this case, one want to say that if I have pledged an allegiance to the promised Messiah, then there's no need to. So between these two and with the premise that you have laid, how important is this?
In effect, what you are trying to say is this, that once, even at the time of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first pledge of bay'ah was made. Probably in his lifetime throughout, there was no need for any bay'ah to be made again. But here's the case, historically, it's proven that at least about 4 or 5 recorded bay'ahs are there in the Islamic books of history, in ahadith books, which tell us that bay'ahs have been made severally at different occasions, even during the lifetime of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, as a follow-up to Bay'atul Aqaba, the first bay'ah that was made. So yes, your question comes, that after the promised Messiah, Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam, we made bay'ah at his hands. Is it really true to say that we made bay'ah at the hands of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih directly? You and myself sitting down, we were not born even at the time of Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam. How could we have made bay'ah at his hands? It is therefore necessary that since Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salam himself was mortal and he had to pass on, but luckily for us, that institution of Khilafah was established. So those new generations that are coming, that it is necessary for us also to make bay'ah at the hands of Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam. But here is the case, he as a person, as Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salatu wasalam, is dead. So where do we get him to make the bay'ah? We can only make bay'ah at his hands through his direct representative, who is the Khalifatul Masih. And it is the reason why we must make bay'ah at the hands of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. Whoever is the Khalif of the time, at his hands will have to make bay'ah. And it in fact means that we have made bay'ah at the hands of Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam, but it still even doesn't end there. It also infers that we have made bay'ah at the hands of Rasul Karim Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alayhi wasallam, and so on and so forth. So yes, not even only our initial bay'ah, but as you know, for instance, wherever Khalifatul Masih is and we are holding a Jalsa, it takes the form of an international Jalsa for Jamaat Ahmadiyya. And in the course of the Jalsa, we always make bay'ah. Bay'ah it's not the issue of you have made bay'ah before, therefore you don't have to do it again. It's a renewal. You revisit it to renew yourself. Just think of the philosophy behind the salat that we say. We have Fajr Salat, Zuhur, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha. We say Fajr Salat. After that, we are human beings. We go on our mundane duties. Along the line, we may have forgotten about our Creator. So after a number of hours, when it's Zuhur Salat time, we go again to say Salat, just to keep us alive. And after Zuhur, we go to say Asr. Then we say Maghrib. After Isha, we go to sleep. And when we get up early at dawn, we go to say Fajr Salat again. And then the routine starts again. So it is a matter of equipping yourself from time to time, refreshing yourself from time to time to make sure that you are on spot, so that at any given time, you don't face unnecessary challenges. It is the reason why we have to say bay'ah at the hand of the Khalifatul Masih. Not even once. You can make bay'ah as many times as the occasion will allow you to make the bay'ah.
Jazakumullah, Amir Sahib. Rightly, you also mentioned in your sermon today that, the bay'ah that we do is not for the Khalifa, but it's actually for Allah the Almighty, because Allah says, Yadullahi fawqa aydihim, that it is the hand of God that we are pledging allegiance to. Well, Amir Sahib, we look at the history of Jamaat Ahmadiyyat, where we had right from the onset, after the demise of the Prophet ﷺ, we had divisions in the Jamaat. So will you ascribe this to, them, staying away from Khilafat?
Describe it as staying away from Khilafat because of the decisions, the divisions.
Yes.
Of course, if divisions results in you not having a bay'ah at the hand of the Khalifa, it means staying away and moving away from the Khilafat. Because it is important that for you to establish the fact that you really have faith and you believed in the Prophet, that you can demonstrate after his demise from your attitude towards the one who succeeds him. If truly you were a true believer and somebody who accepted Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam, then it's a matter of course that his successor, who is the Khalifa, he should be somebody too that you adore, and you must be prepared to make bay'ah at his hands. If you fail to do it, it is the case of Iblis, as we find in the Holy Quran, that all who were commanded to make bay'ah, they all submitted, but Iblis refused to submit. And Allah Ta'ala says that he was therefore not one of the group. That is what the Quran tells us. So, it means therefore, if Khilafat is there are misunderstandings, and any group or individuals break away from that Khilafat, it means that you've told everybody that you don't belong to that group anymore. You constitute a different group altogether, but you cannot be said to be somebody who is the follower of Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam, because Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wasalam himself is the one who made us understand what Khilafat is and that there will be Khilafat after him. And if therefore there will be Khilafat after him, and we are in duty bound to make bay'ah at the hands of those chosen Khalifas, then you have no business refusing to make bay'ah at the hand of the Khalifa. It will mean that you are walking out of that group. That is simply what it means.
I want to link the submission that you've made so far with the last one to the prayers of the Khalifa and the efficacy of the prayer, since those that may separate themselves will not recognize the bay'ah that those of us have believed in the Khalifa are going to do. With your own experience and then the efficacy of the prayer under the Khalifa, how would you describe that?
It is clean and clear for everybody to see. At the time of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih II, Hazrat Muslih Maud radiallahu ta'ala anhu, that was a time a group of people broke away and refused to make bay'ah at his hands and refused to accept him as the Khalifa. Those people who broke away, for your good information, they were very influential people in the community. They did not simply break away and walked out, but they took with them a chunk of whatever movable and immovable property that the Jamaat had at that time, which virtually crippled the Khilafat itself. That is to say, crippled the Jamaat. The Jamaat that rallied around the Khalifatul Masih at that time was completely crippled, except for the fact that they believe only in sustenance coming from the Almighty Allah, that once they have their God, Allah will provide. That is what kept them on. They were not only the influential people within the Jamaat, but they were also experienced people. And apart from that, they were elderly people compared to the youthful age of Hazrat Muslim Maud radiallahu ta'ala anhu at that time. So they thought they could bulldoze their way through. But like you are asking, the prayers of a Khalifatul Masih, the efficacy of a prayer of a Khalifatul Masih, you can easily know it from when you compare those who broke away with a chunk of whatever movable and immovable property that the Jamaat had, left Hazrat Muslim Maud as an orphan. But today, where are the traces of those people who broke away? With all the material things that they broke away with, and leaving this young man with nothing. Compare the Jamaat that still continues to grow from strength to strength as against this breakaway group. Some of you only hear of them, but you've never seen them. I believe you've never seen even one of them. You've hardly come across somebody who says that I am this and this, I belong to this group or that group. You only read in the books that yes, something like this happened at the time of Hazrat Muslim Maud radiallahu ta'ala anhu, after the demise of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih I.
Yes, so from that experience, we'll want to share in your own personal experience as far as Khilafat is concerned.
My personal experience as far as Khilafat is concerned is for one to get up to challenge Khilafat is suicidal, because the Khalifa does not put himself there in place. He's not there just representing himself. He's representing the Prophet of God, and the Prophet of God is representing God. And if you are at loggerheads with God's representative, it simply means that you are at loggerheads with God. And whether you can compete with God is the question. So it is the same thing. You know, if my experience is that all the people I know who have had challenges with Khilafat, they've always ended up being non-entities. And that became obvious right from the beginning. Like I said, even at the time of Hazrat Muslim Maud, it didn't take any time for them to wither away. While this group started prospering and growing until we are all sitting down here as Ahmadi Muslims. So you cannot really you cannot be at loggerheads with the Khalifatul Masih. That will amount to pride. And religious matters related to God are not matters of pride. If you want to be proud, then you end up being Iblis. And where is Iblis now? Do you know the generation, those who can trace their roots to Iblis, to say that Iblis was my great-great-great-grandfather? Can you trace him? But we all, mankind as a whole, we all refer to Hazrat Adam alayhi salam as our grandfather, as against Iblis. Where is he? No children, no grandchildren, nothing. So that is what it practically is. You know, you just cannot stand up against God's representative.
Yeah, that's right.
Because it amounts to standing up against God. And you, the human being, doing that simply is to say that you are committing suicide.
That's right.
And the outcome of suicide is destruction, nothing else. Nothing good has ever come from suicide.
Well, Amir Sahab, on this day of Khilafat Day, you go to all mosques around the world, Ahmadiyya Mosque, where the verses of Istikhlaf are read. That's Wa'ad Allahu ladina amanu, the verse continues. You reach a point where Allah the Almighty says that He changes the fear, of people into peace. How has Ahmadiyyat, felt that, saying or that injunction mentioned by Allah the Almighty in the Holy Quran?
How does Ahmadiyyat feel?
Yes. How has Ahmadiyya felt from that? The experience of Ahmadiyyat.
Oh, how has Ahmadiyyat fared from that?
Yes.
The example of it to start with is what I just mentioned.
Yeah.
That the opponents of Hazrat Muslim Maud created so much fear and panic after the demise of the Khalifatul Masih that it made it look like the whole thing is come to the end. But then, after the Khalifatul Masih was elected and he took office, the whole situation changed for the better, and it continues till date. Let me tell you, for instance, in Ghana, we have other Muslim groups. They do not have the system of Khilafat. And because they do not have the system of Khilafat, they finally also don't have a regular system of leadership. Once in a while, a leader will emerge from among them. But after the demise of every leader, there is hustle and bustle, there are fights, disturbances, and at the end of the day, somebody uses his own strong arms to force himself on people and to remain there, which means that he will stay there throughout, but the overwhelming majority of the people will not give him their support. It's because they do not have a laid down system of Khilafat. That is to say that a leadership structure does not exist among them. Now come to Ahmadiyya. Nobody has heard about Ahmadis pulling each other here and there as a result of vying for leadership of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. As a matter of fact, all of you were alive when our dear Amir of blessed memory, Maulana Wahab Adam, passed on. Many people were waiting to see what was going to happen to Ahmadiyya in Ghana now, once Maulana Wahab Adam had passed on, because he was an icon. So everybody, even Ahmadis themselves, started wondering, this icon passing on now, wow, what is now going to happen to us? How are we going to get another leader? But on the side of the non-Ahmadis, it was even worse. Because it is their tradition to fight, and they have challenges in choosing a leader, they expected worse things, only for them to hear overnight that Ahmadiyya has a new leader, without hearing of any wrangling, no bickering, nothing. Only for them to hear that, oh, Ahmadiyya has got a new leader. And all of them in unison rallied around him, all Ahmadis in the country. I'll tell you one thing. When I was in the Presidential Commission for the creation of new regions, we went to one far-off place in Western region. I don't know what they call it, Atuabu Kromo or something. I'm not very sure now. It's near the border, the Ivory Coast border, thereabout. Where we met the community was in a church house, the church hall. As we sat there, one Queen Mother got up and walked briskly towards the high table where we were sitting. He went straight to the chairman. He asked the chairman, he said, Chairman Mipauchau, I beg you, I've heard that the new Wahab Adam is among you people. You get me? Yes. That the new Ahmadiyya Wahab Adam is among you people. So the chairman was confused. Hey, the new Wahab Adam of Ahmadiyya. When I heard it, I immediately laughed. I said, the lady is talking of me. But Wahab Adam, he thinks it is a title of the leader of Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Ghana. He didn't know it is his personal name, and rather his title is Amir and missionary in charge. So he said, there's a new Wahab Adam. He wants to greet the Wahab Adam. So I said, I'm the one the lady is looking for. So they all laughed. And the Queen Mother came to me, knelt down. He thanked me, he prayed for me, and asked me that I should pray for her. And insisted that I should put my hand on top of her head and then pray for her. You know, this is what it goes. When something is ordained by the Almighty Allah, it is Almighty Allah that will also provide for that something, its sustenance. Otherwise, were far away. I don't know of even a single Ahmadi in that town. And yet here is a Queen Mother, and the leadership of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community has become so popular. And right there in that corner of Ghana, they know of him, they've heard of him, and they know it is a leadership structure, and that leadership structure is called Wahab Adam. And they all heard about the demise of Wahab Adam, and suddenly also heard that a new Wahab Adam has been put in place. How and when, they don't know, but the fact is that it is a reality. So she wants to see for herself whether it is real. So she was desperate to see me. So you see, that is where the difference is. It makes a lot of sense. When you do not have leadership structure, you cannot compare yourself at all to any system that has a leadership structure. That leadership structure is what we call Khilafat. That leadership structure is what we call prophethood. That leadership structure is the prophets of God that links them to the Almighty Allah.
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, we've learned a lot of lessons from the spiritual head of the Ahmadiyya Muslim mission here in Ghana, but we want to take your final word. And on that, I want you to touch on the youth, because in your sermon today, you made a very instructive point that because of some of the adversities that we see being perpetrated by some groups that claim to be Muslims, it's making the youth even shy away from calling themselves Muslims. So in your final words, I want you to touch on the nerves of our youth and what is expected of us.
You see, this issue has been a clarion call for me. Whenever I met any of the Muslim leaders in this country, this is one of the issues I always push home to them. I try to let them know that we have embarked on trivial things, unnecessary things, on differences that exist among us, which are not important. I say the important thing we should all be tackling is the youth, the Muslim youth. They are gradually drifting away. They always draw their attention. I said, look, you look back on the occasion of Eid, the two Eids in Ghana here. The Muslim youth consume a lot of alcohol in celebration of the Eid. They organize musical dance parties as part of Eid celebrations. What does it tell you? And I said, what we have to lose is greater than what we have now, because we'll lose all our youth. And how are we going to lose our youth? When Islam is not made to look attractive, when Islam is presented in a way as if it is some barbaric kind of system, then of course the youth who are modernized by virtue of the fact that they are becoming learned, very well informed, particularly in this digital age. They have a lot of information and they can dig out every information. They are very well informed, but very less informed about their religion. They know next to nothing about their religion. Even in schools, when Christian children take on Muslim children, debating them, the Muslim children are almost always defeated, because the Christian child knows the basics of his Christianity, while that Muslim child knows next to nothing about his religion, Islam. If his colleague Christians can always flop him, they will always defeat him, it simply tells him, it's going into his subconscious, that Christianity is superior to Islam. That is why Christianity, they have answers and Muslims don't have answers. So it gradually starts widening the gap between that Muslim child and Islam. And gradually he remains there historically and traditionally as a Muslim, but nothing Islamic about him. There are some people in certain circles in this country who are Muslims, but within certain setups, they would not want to portray themselves as Muslim because they are shy to call themselves Muslims, because they feel people will mock at them, people will be jeering at them, they will look at them with disdain. Why? Because Muslims have presented Islam in a negative style. Take, for instance, cleanliness. It is generally believed that it is in Muslim localities in this country that you will find dirty gutters and so on and so forth. Unregulated system of these various supplies of electricity, water, and so on and so forth. It is where you would find the youth involved in all the bad practices that you can think of, which the society does not accept. When even at the time of politics in this country, political campaigns, it is from the Muslim youth that the political parties recruit their thugs to carry out all kinds of barbaric things, to let them win power. But after they win power, because that Muslim child has not been prepared for anything, he would not even enjoy that power that he has fought for. He's relegated to the background. That is the situation of the Muslim youth. But it is not their fault. It is we, the Muslim scholars, the leadership among Muslims, we have not been able to present an acceptable Islam to them. As a result of which they don't know anything about Islam. My senior brother tells me that if you see a Christian who does not practice Christianity, it is that Christian who knows Christianity inside out. But if you come across a Muslim who is not a practical Muslim, he is that Muslim who is very ignorant. He knows next to nothing about his religion. He is only traditionally a Muslim. He has been born a Muslim. So it is the situation, and it is high time the Muslim Ummah pay attention to that. Like I mentioned what happened in Nigeria. How do you kill a lady? Ostensibly on the note that he insulted the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. At the time of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu himself, when they insulted him, what did he do? They insulted him straight on, did terrible things to him in his own presence. They did it to his Khulafa. What did they do? They did it to Hazrat Uthman radiallahu ta'ala anhu, the third Khalifa of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Irate youth, even Muslim youth, they wanted to kill him.
Thank you very much. I mean, the conversation is actually getting more inspiring, more interesting, sharing in the experiences of Amir Saab here. But this is how time would allow us with our exclusive interview with the Amir of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat here in Ghana. And I have been doing this with Movi Ajman Jesse, who is also the head coordinator for review of religion. Stay tuned. Don't go away. Don't move your dial or don't shift your station from here. We are going to bring you a Nazim. Nazim are some extracts from the Holy Quran. We are going to give you a short documentary of that. After that, we'll bring you Humanity First, short documentary. Humanity First is also a part of the Khilafat system where we are supporting vulnerable and needy people in society. After that, we'll come back and have another interesting section on review of religions, and it's also part of our Khilafat system. And you have, as you have rightly heard from the Amir, it is very suicidal to challenge Khilafat. So here we are talking about obedience, paying allegiance, and we the youth, we must be proud of Islam Ahmadiyya. And today we are having what we call the institution of Khilafat, and we have discussed that importance of it. We'll be right back. Don't move away and stay with us to bring you more of this great day. We call it the Triple Blessing Day. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. We welcome you once again to the studios of MTA Ghana. Earlier, we had a discussion with the Amir and missionary in charge of the Ahmadiyya Muslim mission here in Ghana, Al-Hajj Maulana Nur Muhammad bin Salih, where we touched on the importance of Khilafat. Now, information is a very important or a bedrock to every interaction and relationships. In as much as advancing the cause of Khilafat, there are tools that we use here as Muslims. One of them is what you are witnessing, and that is the television stations that we have that cut across the globe. And when we say we are spreading the words or the message across every corner of the earth, we are also going to discuss one important, formidable medium where we also disseminate information, and that has to do with review of religions. We are going to look at its introduction, and so I have in the studio three fine gentlemen who are going to help me to do that. From the far end, I have Movi Umar Ajiman, Jesse Ajiman. You know, I keep flip-flopping your name. Yeah. So Movi Umar Jesse Ajiman. And then I have Movi Faraz Yassin, and I also have Hanif Sam Kilson. Hanif Sam Kilson is the Naib administrator for the Greater Accra and then the voter zones. And then Movi Jesse is the head or the coordinator for review of religions. And then Movi Faraz Yassin is the assistant coordinator for review of religion, also a member of the MTA team. You can get us live on Gaskia TV. We're also live on ITV and also Facebook. You can get us on facebook.com/Ghana Jalsa. When you go to our YouTube channel, is Ghana Jalsa 2022. You can also join us from there to be part of this great day. This is the 89th section of the Jalsa Salana of Muslim Ahmadiyya Ghana. Gentlemen, you are welcome to the studios.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to straightforward start with Movi Faraz. Like I indicated, there are various forms of disseminating information. We have our television channels. We also have other magazines like the Khadija magazine, but one that is very formidable to my knowledge is Review of Religions. But many will ask, how did all this, how did it start and how far with it? So I want you to give us some background to that.
The background of Review of Religions or any other magazine or writing that was supposed to help the mission of the promised Messiah Islam did not start with his claim. Rather, centuries ago, so many prophecies were mentioned. For example, this verse of the Holy Quran, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, which is the first revelation of the Holy Quran. Some commentators have written that when you read very deeply this verse, Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, khalaqa al-insana min alaq, that read in the name of your Creator, and that is He who created human beings out of blood, or what was used to enlighten human beings or to bring them into real existence was blood. Then the next part is Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, khalaqa al-insana min alaq, Iqra wa rabbuka al-akram, alladhi 'allama bil qalam. Now here, the second part of this verse is saying that there would be a second formation of man, and this time it will not be through blood, but bil qalam, with the pen. So commentators have said this talks about two eras. The first rejuvenation or enlightenment of Islam or of human beings was through Islam. Bil alaq, that was because of blood. Muslims had to shed their blood to enlighten human beings. Okay. But the second time around, it will be bil qalam, with the pen. So this prophecy is not new, it's mentioned in the Holy Quran. And then talking about the time of the promised Messiah Islam latter days, Allah says in the Holy Quran, وَإِذَا الصُّحُفُ نُشِرَتْ. At that time, newspaper would become very common and would be widespread. You know, if you read history, there was a time when paper was a hidden material, very unique and was kept to the elite. But the Holy Quran says at that time, it will become open and wide. And it tells us that it will be used by the Mahdi to propagate his cause. So for these reasons, in 1902, the promised Messiah ﷺ, under other directives and divine guidance of Allah the Almighty, started the review of religion. And it was started in both the Urdu and the English language. Now, when talking about the reason the promised Messiah ﷺ started this, he said it is mainly to target or to address those who are Christians or people from the Western world. And that is why the English version was started. And it is very interesting to note that the first picture of the promised Messiah ﷺ was also published in the 1902 version of Review of Religion. The first picture of a prophet that was published was also, among that was the Review of Religion in 1902. And the reason he took this picture and through Review of Religion it was spread to the world, they said that the body language, the science of body language has become widely known. And if you want your message to reach the Western world, it is also important that they see your face, your picture, your beautiful and very spiritual countenance. So for this religious reason, the promised Messiah Islam had his picture taken and published in the Review of Religion. Now, when we come to what Review of Religion has done, we sit in Ghana, and history tells us that even Ghana, it was because of Review of Religion. One of the medium that Islam Ahmadiyya got to Ghana was through the address on the Review of Religion.
Okay.
You look at Mauritius and many other countries, the message of the promised Messiah Islam and true Islam got to them through the Review of Religions.
Thank you very much on that. And I want to come to Movi Omar Jesse to ask. He mentioned Ghana, and through Review of Religions, the message got to us, and today we are all Ahmadi Muslims. So what are the works of Review of Religions here in Ghana as the coordinator?
Thank you very much for the question. Well, the fifth Khalifa of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, in his recent address, when addressing the Majlis Shura, he made an important point. I mean, he said that when you look back at the humble beginnings of this Jamaat, how things started in the beginnings, and then you see how they have grown into the state that we have now, you would only have to appreciate and then be grateful to Allah the Almighty, seeing the development and then the improvement in all these things. And then the Review of Religions also falls part of it. Because if you look at the old editions of the Review of Religions, I mean, the sacrifices people put in just to bring out those copies for us to benefit from. And so looking at those humble beginnings, and then you look at the editions that we have now, you could see the improvement in them. And so we are grateful to Allah the Almighty. Now, the Review of Religions, their work, number one, is to give, online articles for people to benefit from. I mean, online articles for people to read. It is released on daily basis or on time that are very, urgent, time that are needed, So, I mean, recently in the month of Ramadan, we had people from Ghana as well writing articles to the Review of Religions that were also published in the Review of Religions article online. And then we have the print edition. The print edition is what most of us have subscribed to, the ones that we receive on monthly basis, the magazines that we receive. And so a lot of work also goes into that before they get to us for all of us to read. So getting all these things and having all these things and then the magazine being, present, what we do is that we make sure that those who have subscribed to the Review of Religions get their magazines on time. And so we have the part of distribution where we contact the zones from time to time to inform them, okay, we send the books on this day, you target it on this day, and then you go for, your consignment. You give it to those who are subscribed. And then again, what we also do is that we call for, new subscription. we encourage people to subscribe to the Review of Religions. And so if you are calling people to subscribe to the Review of Religions, then it becomes your duty to make sure that those who have subscribed, I mean the consumers, they get their books on time. And so what we do, we know it is not an easy task, but what we do, and then we try as much as possible to do, is that when we receive the passage or the parcel from the international headquarters, we try to disseminate to the zones, and then also it is also given to the consumers. So alhamdulillah, we have about 2,700 subscribers to the Review of Religions here in Ghana. So it is going, we have about 571 student subscribers out of these 2,700 plus subscribers here in Ghana. So that is the subscription form that we are talking about. Aside that,
yeah. But you made mention of publications. So
yes.
Can you share with us some of the publications that maybe in the last 2-3 months
yes.
you've received, maybe from the youth, or
yes.
and I mean like the particular some of the subject area
okay,
that it
yes.
speaks to?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So for instance, in the month of January, an article, a magazine came out that was directly addressing the youth,
okay.
And so they took iqtibas, extracts from the sayings of our beloved Khalifa that was addressing the youth on how to reform themselves and then get in touch with the Jamaat. And then also we have other publications also that was also speaking about Khilafat. I mean, for instance, this month the one of Khilafat just came out, just to teach people how they can get closer to Jamaat Ahmadiyya and then Khilafat. So the issue, I mean, these magazines coming out, they are done monthly, but they also look at the time in which they are coming. For instance, in the month of April, where we had Ramadan, an article, a magazine came out that spoke about the blessings and everything attached to the month of Ramadan. So it is done every month, but it is also done wisely in such a manner that they meet the need of the people at that specific time.
Will you attribute that to the importance of the Khilafah that we've been discussing?
Yes,
How?
Yes. I mean, we can only attribute that to the blessings of Khilafat, because, I mean, if it's not Khilafat, we will not be sitting here in the first place to even talk about the Review of Religions, right? But it is the blessings of the Khilafat. As we had a previous discussion with Amir Saab, he mentioned the state of the Jamaat when these people left Islam Ahmadiyyat, But through the blessings of Khilafat, the Jamaat was able to stand on its two, legs. It was able to grow, and then growing, it also grew with the Review of Religions. It did not stay in the places where the Prophet ﷺ did not stay only in Qadian. It came out, it went to the English land, and also it came to Africa, where all of us are all benefiting from. So it's,
that is wonderful and very exciting. Naib, I want to ask, you are an administrator, and when we talk about the issues of the youth, then we are referring to the Majlis Qudam Ahmadiyya, and want to ask how have they been able to also promote the Review of Religions, so as we are able to, bring all of them together under the same umbrella. Looking at the fact that we look at, the rots in the system, and as Movi said, because of some of the articles that we are getting, which is very educative and all of that, but how is the Majlis Qudam promoting this Review of Religions?
I'm grateful for the question. Over the years, let me say at least for the past 13 years that I have on record, the Sadran of the Majlis Qudam al-Ahmadiyya always ensure that each member of the AMLA, that is the National Executive, is a subscriber. From there, we trickle it down to the zones, that every zonal AMLA member is supposed to be a subscriber. Then it goes down to the circuit and further to the Jamaat. So with this system, we ensure that if for nothing at all, the Sadran at the time will always be able to tell you that all our national executives are subscribers. Then, like I said, the Qaidin are supposed to check whether their AMLA are all subscribers. As it goes on, we also have this system where we encourage members to be writing articles for publication. And for the Review of Religions, we have at least a few members who also send articles for publication. With some experiences to share, I'm always glad whenever I hear Review of Religions, because at least there is a mark that some of us made that we always like to share. It's fascinating. That in my former company, I was the HSC manager. So whenever I subscribe, I had a friend that I'll do double subscription and then give him a copy. Interestingly, that friend, though a Christian, was reading the review more than me. And then he will come back and say, Alhaji, I like your articles. Your writer is very good. Then I felt happy and blessed that at least there is a Christian who acknowledges it. Yeah. But that wasn't all. Surprisingly, with time, the company was such that, these Christian companies like morning worship. So when we started that, at a point in time, every member of the company knew of Review of Religions. Wow. Because we will always take the Review of Religions and then take, when you open the back page where we have the comparison of religions, usually they have, let's say, a common verse that runs through all religions. We take that one by one and discuss as a group. Finally, it's like when you come to the company, almost everybody there knows of Review of Religions. This is how far I can say that through the Sadran and then those of us who have been given, should I say, positions to serve, have pushed the Review of Religions.
Okay. Thank you, but thank you so much. Let me posit this question specifically on the youth within our own jurisdiction. How impactful? I mean, with your experience, the workings. I mean, you shared that with the where you work and how it has about within. How has it also affected our youth?
Thank you very much. I was happy when Movi Umar Jesse was mentioning it. As he said, the Review of Religions is timely. Usually, it addresses a challenge at the moment. So most of the time, you realize there's a challenge, and then the review comes, this is the address. And currently, I can tell you that the Sadr sometimes directs that there's a particular article that he wants every member of the Majlis to read. Sometimes we intentionally screenshot that particular site and then circulate. If it's a web address, we do that. And I can tell you for a fact that those who are glued to the Jamaat, you always see that impact on them. No, it's difficult when you have to talk about the larger community when you cannot give 100% accuracy. So we talk about at least those we see. And to be very honest with you, the impact on them is great.
And I would just like to come in to add to what
please do. Yeah.
That I have seen many people for whom the Review of Religion has become a guide.
Okay.
That whenever they face any challenge, they know that the Review of Religion's website is there.
Okay.
For example, if they have an issue, especially university students, they face a problem like Islam and terrorism, hijab. So they know that when we go to the website of Review of Religions, we have the columns made. So you click and then you find so many articles on specific topics. So for the youth, especially those in the colleges, universities, it is a guide that we know where we can get resource for this specific material that is mostly required in the secular societies, like the female-male segregation and all these kind of very important topics are key in the Review of Religion.
All right. So viewers out there, as you are with us, we are currently discussing Review of Religions, and I have here in the studio Movi Omar Ajiman, Jesse Ajiman, and then Movi Faraz Yassin and Mr. Hanif Sam Kelson. Mosab, you are the coordinator, and when you talk about publication, I'm sure there are some rules and regulations as to ensuring that we have, quality of information going out there. What are the criteria so that if, a young one or someone is watching us and wants to have his information published, how it's going to go about it? Yeah.
I must also say that I'm also a learner.
Okay.
So we are all trying to, learn how to, write articles, get them, checked, a whole lot of stuff. So if anyone at all out there is interested in writing an article to the Review of Religions, the door is widely open.
Even open to,
yes.
non-Ahmadis, right?
Yes, if the article does not speak against the Jamaat and it carries a message that will benefit all. Why not? I mean, it is also a plus on our side that someone has even shown interest in writing for our magazine. I mean, that is very interesting. So, I mean, if anyone is interested in writing an article, he can just pen down something and then write to us. And then we also consult those who are in the international or the national level so that we can go over the person's article, review it, and then note the mistakes that the person committed in those articles, and then send him a feedback. I don't want to say anything that will, discourage anyone from writing an article to the Review of Religions. So, I mean, the door is open. Anyone at all can write an article for the Review of Religions, and then, inshallah, if it is approved, it will also be published, inshallah.
Thank you very much. There's a question that I would want you to answer or speak to, and then Movi Faraz will also speak to. I mean, recently we had what we call the God Summit.
Yeah.
I mean, when I heard that, I was so amazed about it. I mean, the title alone speaks volumes. Can you tell us something about the God Summit? I mean, in context with the Review of Religion that we are discussing.
Okay, that's right. So, the God Summit, I mean, Allah the Almighty is calling all of you, to come and learn about Allah the Almighty. But the whole idea of the God Summit, I mean, as said by the chief editor, Sayyid Amir Safri Saab, he mentioned that once he had, I mean, on many times he's had discussion with our beloved Huzur. And then anytime he went there, Huzur will remind him of, the advent of the Prophet ﷺ, and then why he came as a prophet. So he said once, he just mentioned to him that the Prophet ﷺ, and then the Khilafat has been stressing on that the time that we are in now, people are either inclined towards materialism or inclined towards Christianity. But nowadays, what we see is that people are not much more inclined towards Christianity, but a whole lot of people are going towards atheism. People have started believing in the material things that they see around. They do not believe in God and Almighty anymore. And so he started something like, okay, you should try to write something about it. Just give, focus more on that side of God, the existence of God. So they started something small, and then they started something like the Existence Project that also spoke about, the existence of God. And then they started gathering incidents. Who said, okay, why don't you gather, some incidents, so that people will watch and then benefit from. So they started gathering incidents, writing on them. The feedback was great. So gradually, as Huzur does his things, I mean, the Khilafat, I mean, the prophets also, everything was done, gradually, systematically, as if they were just training them. So he said, what we realized was that it just came to a time that we had to know, let's go to the video side, let's just have a YouTube, link, a stream of where incidents, topics on the concept of God is discussed. So this is how, the whole concept of the God Summit came about. And then Africans, I mean, this year, alhamdulillah, a lot of us benefit from, the God Summit. And then we had tremendous feedback because of how beautifully, the God Summit was orchestrated. Everything was, right on point. Everything was okay. So the feedback that we got was nice. I mean, someone just sent a message that, alhamdulillah, I'm watching the God Summit, and I can tell you for a fact that my belief in God has, gone up. It has gone high. Okay. So that is the impact that the God Summit had on people, despite, having a lot of viewership from Africa.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll come to you, but we have a short video that I want to show you, which is about the Review of Religion. We have our very revered, very eminent Huzur talk about the essence of literature as far as Review of Religion is concerned. So we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Where we once struggled to fund the publication of literature, now when we have ample supply, the Office of Wakalat-e-Ishaat has reported that national Jamaats and individual Ahmadis are not purchasing, distributing, and benefiting from these resources as they ought to have been. Indeed, in the central store, there are large quantities of stock that remain on the shelves for extended periods. Similarly, the literature that is dispatched and sent to the national Jamaats is not being utilized in the way that it should, and often remains in the national store gathering dust. That is what my impression is. It should have been the case that the national Jamaats frequently sent new requests for further literature to the center to the extent that it would have been a challenge for Wakalat-e-Ishaat to keep up with the demand. True justice with regards to Ishaat require that the books would fly off the shelves in both the central and national stores, and that they would reside in the homes of every Ahmadi and in the hands of Tabligh contacts across the world. Accordingly, the UK Jamaat and other Jamaats who are listening to my address must make a firm effort to ensure that our literature is distributed much more than before. It should be disseminated far and wide amongst the general public so that a widespread introduction to Ahmadiyya and its teachings and beliefs should occur across society.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You're welcome back to the studios of MTA. We just watched some excerpts from the Huzur concerning literature of the Jamaat, and one of those that we are discussing is review of religion. Very soon we are going to end the session for today and we'll come back tomorrow. But before we do that, I want to take my last submissions from my very revered guest that I have in the studio. I'll start with Naib Sadal Administration, Hanif. Yeah.
Okay, so I will take this opportunity, as the Sadr has been appealing to all members of the Majlis Khodam al-Ahmadiyya, that each member of the Majlis should be a subscriber to the Review of Religions. Okay. He keeps on drumming this since it's so important. I think I'll leave the rest to the coordinator because he can speak more on that.
Yeah. So,
yes, what I would like to say is that the Review of Religion has in it so many different kind of articles, which includes the writings of the Promised Messiah al-Islam, verses of the Holy Quran, and the extracts from the sermons of Huzur, Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasl Aziz. And Hazrat Muslim Maud has mentioned that if you want angels to descend upon you, it is necessary that you read about people on whom the angels have descended. We know the Promised Messiah al-Islam, may peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, was one on whom angels descended. Hazrat Khalifatul Masih al-Khamis Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasl Aziz. So if we want to be righteous people, we want the angels to descend upon us, it is very necessary that we read what those people have written on whom the angel descended. And that is why Review of Religion is not in need of us subscribing. We need it, that we should subscribe so that those blessings that are attached to this very prestigious magazine that was started by the Prophet of the time, Masih Maud alayhi salam, we can benefit from it. So it is an appeal to all that let's join hands and take as much as blessings that we can, because life is very limited. So it's on us, amass as much blessings as we can in this very short span that we have.
Thank you very much. And then we will take our last words from our coordinator. I mean, when he speaks, I'm sure all matters will rest right.
Yeah. So what I would say is that, I mean, the subscription is important because a lot of money goes into it. A lot of people, are spending on the publications of Jamaat, and that is the appeal that Huzur also made, that we are spending a lot of money on these, things. So if we don't take benefit from them, it's, some kind of zulum, I mean, a wrongdoing on our path, that we are not benefiting from the literature or these books that Jamaat is bringing out for the consumption of its members. So subscribing to it is very important, but if we do not read it, then subscribing to it wouldn't be of help to us. So I would entreat each and everyone to subscribe and then also benefit from the Review of Religions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All too soon, we are done for the day. You need to subscribe to the Review of Religions. in as much as we are bringing you the live coverage of the 89th Jalsa Salana, Ghana. We have other means where you can get the information about the Jamaat, and that is Review of Religion. We will not leave you just like that, but everything that is happening here, there are some people who are also behind the scenes. And so when I sign off or when I sign out, we are going to take you straight to the behind the scenes. But let me acknowledge the technical team here at MTA, especially our two ladies who have been here with us since morning. One Fanti and the other one speaks Hausa and English. We'll give you their names later. And also the sound crew, the studio, those who were at the Jalsa, the presenters at Jalsa, and every individual who has contributed to this today's program, and we look forward for tomorrow's program. So we'll sign up, and then we'll bring you behind the scenes. This has been the live coverage of the 89th Jalsa Salana of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in Ghana. My name is Sadiq Educhum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, 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 long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya. Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad, Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad, Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad, Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad. Alifa Hindiya Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da, Alifa Hindinu Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da, Alifa Hindinu Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da, Alifa Hindinu Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da. Long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, long live Khilafat, Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, long live 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 Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya. Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad. Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad, Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad, Khilafat Zindabad, Ahmadiyya Zindabad, Alifa Hindiya Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da, Alifa Hindinu Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da, Alifa Hindinu Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da, Alifa Hindinu Onkoso, Ahmadiyya Onkoso da. Long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, long live Khilafat, Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya, long live Khilafat, long live Ahmadiyya. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Jalsa Salana Ghana. Nare Takbir. Allahu Akbar.
At a time when Christian empires ruled the world, when atheistic philosophies were beginning to spread, and when the Muslims were turning away from their own faith, one man took up the pen in defense of Islam.
First time he sees him, he says that my heart testified that this was the Mirza who had come to see, and I would be ready to lay down my life for him.
This is the story of a humble man who became the Messiah of the age, who sacrificed everything for his faith, who faced the most foul opposition.
आपके जो चचाजाद थे इमाम दीन और निज़ाम दीन, उनकी तो आपके वालिद साहब की ज़िंदगी में ही कोई इतने अच्छे ताल्लुकात नहीं चल रहे थे। उसकी एक जो बुनियादी वजह थी वो उनकी मज़हब से लाताल्लुकी थी, और इस हद तक कि खुदा ताला की ज़ात पर ही ईमान न रहा।
He writes himself, in fact, in February 1903 of the Review of Religions, that even people in my village never inquired about where I went or what I was going to do.
राग जिसको आसमां गाता नहीं।
तो बहुत से ऐसे लोग जो कमज़ोर ईमान के थे वो सिलसिला से अलग हो।
This is Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam, Messiah of the age. 1876. Queen Victoria has been declared Empress of India. Her British Empire stretches around the world. Within its borders, missionaries are busy converting formerly Muslim lands to Christianity. One young soul stands up for the defense of Islam from the obscure village of Qadian. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam begins to write prolifically, first a number of articles, and then an entire book, the magnificent Brahine Ahmadiyya. Now surely India's Muslims will unite around this inspirational book and join its author in the service of Islam.
The state of the Muslims at the time, many of them, or I would say majority of them, were not financially well. And secondly, those that did have wealth, they did not really care much about the faith. So the promised Messiah ﷺ approached these people, and the response from them was very meager.
मीर अब्बास अली साहब ने हज़रत अक़दस मसीह मौऊद अलैहिस्सलाम की खिदमत में लिखा कि लुधियाना के एक रईस हैं जिनका नाम शाह दीन है, उनको ये किताब ज़रूर भिजवाई जाए। तो हज़रत साहब ने वो किताब उनको भिजवा दी, मगर वो किताब उसी हालत में वापस आ गई इस पैगाम के साथ कि जिसको भिजवाई गई है उसने वसूल करने से ही इनकार कर दिया।
And another such incident is of a famous Ahl Hadith scholar. His name was Nawab Siddiq Hasan Khan. He did not accept the book. The book was sent back with the note that because the book includes the refutation of a Christian faith, therefore it would upset the government. And that didn't really matter as he had rejected the book, but the way this book returned and it came to the Prophet ﷺ, it was ripped up. The Promised Messiah, it is stated that the Prophet ﷺ's face became red. And Huzur responded that I do not need any support from you, or I do not expect any support from you. Rather, my support is from Allah the Almighty alone. And Huzur said, you may please your government.
Wealthy Muslim leaders have ignored Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam's call for Islam. Now even his family offer no support.
The wife of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Qadir Sahib, she was very hostile. So just like his brother, because she was the mistress of the house and she was taking care of all the things at that time, so she would not give anything to the promised Messiah Islam.
आपके जो चचाजाद थे इमाम दीन और निज़ाम दीन, उनकी तो आपके वालिद साहब की ज़िंदगी में ही कोई इतने अच्छे ताल्लुकात नहीं चल रहे थे। उसकी एक जो बुनियादी वजह थी वो उनकी मज़हब से लाताल्लुकी थी, और इस हद तक कि खुदा ताला की ज़ात पर ही ईमान न रहा था। और साथ ही ना सिर्फ ये कि ख़ुद अलग हो गए थे, बल्कि मजाक भी उड़ाया करते थे, हंसी ठट्टा किया करते थे ऐसे लोगों के साथ जो इसमें दिलचस्पी लेते थे, क्योंकि हज़रत साहब की तो ज़ात की पहचान ही मज़हब थी।
Even in his village of Qadian, not many people knew of him. And he writes himself, in fact, in February 1903 of the Review of Religions, that even people in my village never inquired about where I went or what I was going to do. The Promised Messiah Islam writes in Aina Kamalat Islam that he prayed fervently and continuously for God Almighty to grant him a helper. And he states that, "Oh Lord, I am alone and helpless. Grant me a helper and assistant."
Meanwhile, halfway across India, in Jammu and Kashmir, a renowned Muslim scholar is debating an atheist. This great Muslim's name is Hazrat Hakim Nuruddin radiyallahu anhu.
Atheist came to him and asked, and he actually raised an allegation, and his argument was that in the old times, prophets used to make people fool by saying that Allah does speaks to them. So he said that in this age of science and technology, and in this age, no one can make such a claim, and people are not foolish in these days.
Whilst they were having this debate, Hazrat Hakim Maulvi Nuruddin had requested for some medicines from the chemist. When the medicines were brought over, the wrapper that it came in was actually from a piece from Brahini Ahmadiyya, in which the Promised Messiah Islam had written that he was a claimant of divine revelation, and that anyone who wished to see signs for the truthfulness of Islam should come to visit him in Qadian. So Hazrat Hakim Maulvi Nuruddin radiyallahu anhu immediately asked for all of the parts of Brahini Ahmadiyya that were published at the time.
And then he read all the Brahini Ahmadiyya parts at that time that was published, and he fell in love with the author and with the book.
And then he called back the atheist as well and showed him Brahini Ahmadiyya and stated that in this day and age, in the age of science and knowledge, a person has claimed that God Almighty speaks to him, and that they should go and visit Qadian, and that the atheist should come with him. And so as soon as the atheist heard of this, he refused and actually left and fled.
So Hazrat Hakim Maulvi Nuruddin Nazilahwan immediately sets off to investigate and goes towards Qadian. And as he approached closer to Qadian, he describes his body suddenly trembling and a sense of anguish overcomes him. And he says, as a result, I begin to profusely pray. Anyhow, he enters Qadian and he asks the driver of his horse cart where the residence of Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam was. And he points him towards a man who was sitting beside a gate. And he said that when I looked towards this man, a really strange sense of dismay and consternation overcame me. And frankly, he was disappointed. And he told his driver to stay behind because he expected to actually return back. Anyhow, he approaches this man who was beside the gate. And the man says, where have you come from? And Khalifa Masih I, Raziyallahu anhu, says that in a very terse manner. I said, I've come from the hills. Then the man says, are you Nuruddin? And have you come from Jammu state? And have you come to meet Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad? And at this point, Khalifa Masih I said that I was relieved that this wasn't the Mirza who I had come to see. And in actuality, that man was Mirza Imamuddin, who was an opponent of the promised Messiah ﷺ. Anyhow, he asked the man to point him towards the residence of the promised Messiah ﷺ, and a message is sent to Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad ﷺ, the promised Messiah, who then says that Hakim Sahib can come and meet me after Asr. So the first time he sees him, he says that my heart testified that this was the Mirza who I'd come to see, and I would be ready to lay down my life for him.
देखो सुनाया हमने और दीनों को जो देखा.
Meeting the promised Messiah, Hazrat Khalifa Masih I radiallahu anhu wished to pledge allegiance to him. And the promised Messiah replied that he had not been commissioned by God Almighty to take any bayat, i.e. the pledge of allegiance. But the Hazrat Hakim Mawli Nuruddin radiallahu anhu wished to be the first person to pledge allegiance when that time arose. So the promised Messiah assured him.
So one of the main struggles of the promised Messiah was finding the financial support in spreading Islam in his publications and getting them published. And the Muslims who actually saw Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as a solace, as the defender of Islam at that time, they were not giving the Prophet Messiah huge financial support. There was some support, but at times it was very low indeed. When Khalifa Masih I Raziyallahu anhu came into the picture, he literally took this burden upon himself, and he would always say to the Prophet Messiah that I'm ready to sacrifice all my wealth for the service of Islam, and he did so. And a prime example of this is at the publication of the Promised Messiah's book, Izal al-Waham. And the Promised Messiah himself mentions the name of Khalifa Masih I as a person who has always backed him financially. But not just this, Khalifa Masih I Raziyallahu anhu always would defend Islam as well. And whenever the Promised Messiah would ask him to write something in support of Islam, he would do so. In fact, he left his own country and came to live in Qadian at the request of the promised Messiah.
हमने उससे ये नूर लिया बारे खुदाया हमने उससे.
हज़रत अक़दस मसीह माऊद अलैहिस्सलाम फरमाते हैं कि मैं अल्लाह ताला से दुआ किया करता था कि मुझे दीन के मददगार दिखला. कहते हैं कि जब मैंने हज़रत मौलवी नूरुद्दीन साहिब यानी खलीफतुल मसीह अव्वल रज़ी ताला अन्हु को जब पहली मर्तबा देखा, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मुझे वो खुशी मिली है जो मुझसे जुदा हो गई, और मुझे वही खुशी महसूस होती थी उनको देखकर, उनके मिलने से, जो हज़रत सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम को हज़रत उमर रज़ी ताला अन्हु के मिलने से. और जो ही मेरी उन पर नज़र पड़ी, यानी हज़रत मौलवी नूरुद्दीन साहब पर रज़ी ताला अन्हु, तो मुझे ये लगा कि ये मेरे रब के निशानों में से एक निशान है, और यकीन हो गया कि ये मेरी उन दुआओं का नतीजा है जो मैं अल्लाह ताला के हुज़ूर किया करता था.
A single page of Brahine Ahmadiyya, found purely by divine good fortune, has led Hazrat Hakim Nuruddin Raziyallahu anhu to Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam. But the very same book has ignited the jealousy of locals.
In Brahim Ahmadiyya, he made claim that God Almighty speaks today, and that anyone who wishes to see the signs of the truthfulness of Islam and the Holy Quran and the Holy Prophet ﷺ, they should travel to Qadian and stay with him for a year. And provided they remain unbiased in their approach, they will be shown signs by God Almighty.
That is when people of other religions wrote letters to Hazrat Ahmad alayhi salam requesting for a sign.
Prophet ﷺ decided to supplicate to God Almighty, and he was in turn told that he should travel to Hoshiarpur, and that's where he spent 40 days in seclusion and supplicated to God Almighty for this magnificent sign. And as we know, he was vouchsafed the prophecy of the promised reformer Hazrat Muslim Maud radiyallahu anhu.
हुजूर ने जब पेशगोई मुस्लिम मौत का ऐलान किया तो ये एक इतनी अजीमुशान पेशगोई थी कि हर एक ही हैरान है। जो हुजूर के करीबी थे, जो अपने थे, वो बहुत ही खुश थे कि इतना अजीमुशान निशान जो है वो ज़हूर में आने वाला है। और जो मुखालफीन थे वो हैरान थे कि इतनी वसी पेशगोई, और फिर वो इंतज़ार करने लग गए कि देखें इसका क्या नतीजा निकलता है। अल्लाह ताला की मसलहत थी, उसी वक्त हज़रत अम्मा जान जब ये पेशगोई का ऐलान किया गया, उन्हीं दिनों में, उन्हीं अयाम में हज़रत अम्मा जान रज़ी ताला अन्हा उम्मीद से थी। तो बहुत से लोगों ने पेशगोई की अपने तौर पर तशरीहात शुरू कर दी, और बाज़ ने ये सोचना शुरू कर दिया कि यकीनन वो जो पेशगोई में बच्चा वादा किया गया है वो इसी हमल से पैदा होकर आएगा। लेकिन जब बच्चा पैदा हुआ तो वो लड़की थी।
Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam asks his followers to pray the prophecy should soon be fulfilled. But an episode of sorrow occurs which will test their very faith.
Soon after, a son was born to the promised Messiah alayhi salam, and he was named Bashir. And this was a time of celebration and rejoicing, as this was, people thought that he was going to be that promised reformer. But unfortunately, as was divine decree, he passed away soon after. And this sent ripples throughout the whole of India.
बस उसकी वफ़ात हुई और क्या था कि हर तरफ एक मुखालफीन ने शोर बर्पा कर दिया कि देखो पेशगोई में क्या क्या वादे किए गए थे, अजीमुशान वादा जात किए गए थे, और लड़का तो 1 साल के अंदर अंदर फौत हो गया।
Pandit Lekram, who was amongst the crowd of opponents of the promised Messiah ﷺ, in a Christian newspaper, Noor-e-Afshan, declared that this prophecy now has been falsified.
तो मुखालफीन जहाँ ये बातें कर रहे थे, हंसी ठट्टा कर रहे थे, वहाँ अपने भी कुछ जो हैं वो उनके कदम डगमगाए और वो बेचैन हो गए कि ये क्या हुआ। मियाँ अब्दुल्ला साहब सनौरी रज़ी ताला अन्हो उस वक्त की मंजर कशी करते हुए फरमाते हैं कि आम लोगों में ऐसा ज़लज़ला यानी हिला देने वाला वाक़या ना पहले कभी आया था और ना आइंदा कभी आया। इस हद तक लोगों में बेचैनी जो है वो पाई जा रही थी कि पेशगोई क्या थी, और लड़का जो है वो इतनी जल्द उसकी वफ़ात हो गई। तो बहुत से ऐसे लोग जो कमज़ोर ईमान के थे वो सिलसिला से अलग हो।
The weak of faith are abandoning Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad alayhi salam as news of his son's death spreads across India. At a time when any false man would retreat, Ahmad alayhi salam advances yet further. He publishes the green leaflet, defends his prophecy, and announces the very first pledge of allegiance, laying the foundations of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community.
And he explained it that I have never said that this would be that person who is going to the promised son.
साथ ये भी फरमाया कि हाँ, مجھے بھی بعض مرتبہ لگتا تھا کہ ممکن ہے کہ یہ وہ ہو، لیکن کیونکہ اللہ تعالیٰ کی طرف سے حتمی طور پر الہام نہ ہوا تھا، حتمی طور پر بتایا نہ گیا تھا، اس لیے میں نے ایسا کوئی اعلان نہیں کیا۔ اسی طرح ایک اور بھی آپ نے اعلان فرمایا کہ مجھے اللہ تعالیٰ کی طرف سے حکم ہوا ہے کہ میں ان لوگوں کی بیعت لوں جو شیطان کی راہ کو چھوڑ کر اللہ تعالیٰ کی راہ کو اختیار کرنا چاہتے ہیں۔
بھی کچھ دی ہے بدل دے جو میں کہتا ہوں۔
Between 1886 and 1889, it was a huge test for the Muslims who were supporting the promised Messiah alayhi salam. Muslims who saw the promised Messiah as, the champion of Islam, the person who was defending Islam, the Holy Quran, the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the best manner. They were really tested by the Muslim al-prophecy. But Hazrat Hakim Maulvi Nuruddin Khalifat Masih I Raziyallahu Anhu was an immovable rock of faith who always stayed close to the promised Messiah and loyal to the promised Messiah. And the promise that he wanted to be the first person to do Bai'at remained. And when the promised Messiah Islam took Bai'at in 1889, he was, of course, the first person who took Bai'at, fulfilling his promise.
مسیح محمد کے پیاروں کو دیکھ، فلک کے چمکتے ستاروں کو دیکھ، جنہیں مصطفیٰ کی غلامی ملی، زمانے کے ان شہر سواروں کو دیکھ، جنہیں مصطفیٰ کی غلامی ملی، زمانے کے ان شہر سواروں کو دیکھ، امام الزمان کے خلیفہ کو سن، پھر اس کے اطاعت شیاروں کو دیکھ، امام الزمان کے